morning, ladies and gentlemen. Happy to see you, happy to welcome you back to Techarchery Innovation and Technology stage. Welcome, welcome everyone. How are you feeling this morning? Energized? Coffee's kicked in? Very good, very good. Yes, give me that energy. Very good. Yesterday on this stage, connectivity was in focus, and today we're going to continue to talk about technologies that will shape tomorrow. But before, I have to give the honor to the organizers who have brought us here together in this amazing event. And of course, this event is organized by the State Electronic Communications Office of Latvia, powered by the European Union funds, the Investment and Development Agency of Latvia, and Mission Latvia, in cooperation with the International Telecommunication Union, and together with the strategic partners, Ministry of Smart Administration and Regional Development of Latvia, LMT, Nordic Council of Ministers, and of course the golden partner, the Digital Accelerator of Latvia. My name is Artis Ozoliņš. I'm honored to be your host again here today. Some takeaways from yesterday, if you will. We signed a memorandum, the Meta City Memorandum, putting Riga on the digital map of the world. Then we learned and underlined that tech needs to be developed for the needs of the society, not just business. And that connectivity and access is not just a convenience, it is a true necessity. And also, cows need 5G, and so do grandmothers. So let's not forget about them. But today, of course, we're deep diving into important topics, quantum being one of those. My job here on the stage is not to make jokes. I have actually just two jobs, okay? Number one is to keep us on time. Everyone, let's keep ourselves on time. Otherwise, I will be the police here and jump on the stage and take you off the stage. My second job here is to facilitate communication between you and the audience online. Hello, everyone watching us on the platform and on YouTube. If you have any questions, please do send them in the platform comment section, and I will help deliver those questions if we have time, because that's a choice by the moderator. And of course, this session is being recorded and will be available afterwards for your pleasure. Speaking of technology that will shape tomorrow's territory, a lot of technology developments are happening nowadays, but there are a few that we can call groundbreaking, and quantum technologies is definitely one of those. It has the potential to revolutionize so many industries, ranging from digital security to pharmaceuticals to space engineering and beyond. And by the way, did you know in 2026 Latvia and Riga will be the capital of quantum with a QIP conference? So mark that down. Everyone is welcome, and probably our guests will talk about that a little bit more. And Europe as a whole is playing a vital role in the development of quantum, and that is what we're going to talk about from many different aspects on this stage here today. So let me introduce our dear panelists and our moderator. Starting to the closest to me is a professor at the University of Latvia, Andris Ambainis. A round of applause. Next up is the Policy Officer of Quantum Technologies at the European Commission, Katie Lowe. Following her is the Government Relations Manager at the quantum solutions company IQM Quantum Computers, Milja Kaliosari. He is the researcher at the French National Center for Scientific Research, Gerbold Menard. Welcome. And of course, our dear moderator, one of the two actually main forces here in Latvia with Professor Andris Ambainis in the quantum technology world. He's also a professor at the University of Latvia, Mr. Vyacheslavs Kašķējevs. Take it away.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming to this panel. And obviously, quantum is a challenging topic. It is the ultimate unconquered frontier for digital technologies. And on one hand, it excites a lot of buzz and expectations, but the road to get the actual advantage for our economy, for our societies, is long and can only be conquered if we work together. So the goal of today's panel is to highlight some of the current events and forces at play in Europe and globally in some aspects of quantum technologies, and to see how we can be more efficient together. So 2024 is the year when all members of European Union have declared their political will by signing European Declaration on Quantum Technologies, and I quote, with the ultimate aim of making Europe the quantum valley of the world, the leading region globally for quantum excellence and innovation. So, let me start with interrogating our panelists, and they represent different sectors of this developing field. Milja, if I may ask you, Finland bets big on quantum computing. Why, and what is the role of your company in that race?
Thank you so much. So even though IQM, the company that I represent, is rather new, we started in 2018. The science behind it for Finland is nothing new. So this is something that has been done since 1960s in the cold laboratory sciences at Aalto University. So we have a very good base, basic research in this area on which we have built upon. Why Finland is betting on this? Well, we have many good companies in the past in technical areas, and I think overall the comprehensive security aspect has been rather in the heart of how Finns view the industry. And what we at IQM do, we build critical infrastructure, we build the hardware. As you know, before we get the hardware right, we cannot do really anything with these computers. So that's why we are really building the basis on which quantum industry can then grow upon.
Okay, so if I want to buy a quantum computer, can I contact the sales offices of IQM? Is that a real thing, or this is just some future plans? What's on the table right now?
Exactly. So what we do is we build world-leading quantum computers for the well-being of humankind now and for the future, an emphasis on now, as we have already developed and delivered 6 computers. So if you're in a market for a quantum computer, we got you covered.
Oh. Okay, thank you. So we hear that the quantum computing devices are already in the market, and there are companies making that possible. There is a big question of the industry: when and what quantum advantage will we be able to deliver to our customers? My next question is addressed to Professor Ambainis, who participated in drafting the Strategic Research and Industry Agenda for European Quantum Policy, on looking at the cutting edge scientifically. What's the state of play of quantum computing, and what are the bottlenecks where resources need to be allocated?
And I think there are 2 very important challenges which we both, and we try to address them both when writing the strategic research and industry agenda. So one is developing quantum devices, and another one is developing applications for them. So similarly to classical computers, you can think of quantum computers as a technology stack, which starts with basic hardware, and then on top of this hardware you build software and applications, and then there are algorithms which are in the heart of this application. So the 2 most challenging layers of this quantum stack are quantum devices on one hand and quantum algorithms on the other hand. And if one has those 2, then one is in a pretty good shape. And so devices, it's understandable that for quantum advantage we need quantum devices, and algorithms, we need algorithms that we can run on these devices it makes a difference how much resources does quantum algorithm needs. Building quantum devices is hard, so for them to be useful, we must optimize our quantum algorithms as much as we can, so that they can be run on the devices that we have now, or devices that we will have in 5 years. And developing better quantum algorithms that need less resources is a challenge that my research group at the University of Latvia is trying to address.
Thank you. Thank you, Andres. So, coming back to the, the software side, obviously that's the domain of theory, but the academic research in quantum technologies continues also on the physics side. And I'm addressing my next question to my colleague, Gerbon Menard, from Paris ENS Physics Lab. I know that your lab is also part of the French National Quantum Plan. And you, as a representative of academia, how do you see the role of basic science in implementing the quantum strategies? Because the opinion often heard is that, well, science has done its job. All that remains is now engineering, scaling up, developing use cases. Kind of, maybe we don't need any more investment in quantum science.
Well, I think one of the biggest issue with quantum is actually we don't know what will be the technology that will be used in the future that will give you a natural advantage compared to classical computers. And also, like, we need to remind ourselves that quantum is quite recent. Like, it only has about 100 years. So it also builds itself on top of the classical computing, which also itself is not that old when you think about it. So what we're trying to do is to explore and to try to figure out how can we use this quantum advantage, like how can we take advantage of the way particles exist at the scale that they're useful for quantum. Like, okay, an electron is not a particle, it's not a wave, it's something in between in quantum, but that's something that only works if you are low temperature, if your computer is well protected from any outside perturbation, so what we call, for instance, decoherence in the domain of quantum computing. And that's one of the main issues, like the scalability and the accumulation of error when you're working with qubits is a real issue, because then you need more qubits to correct the errors than to actually make the calculation. So what we're trying to do in our team is to study some particles, what we call anyons, which are theorized to be like, so they are topological particles in the sense that they actually have some protection against fluctuation, perturbation of outside perturbation. And so that's one way of doing things, but also part of the strategy that Microsoft took a few years ago, for instance, for the investment that was made in Copenhagen and Delft, for instance. But there's a lot of different ways of doing things. Like, so we talked about that yesterday. So to give the example of France, we have a lot of quantum startups, and a lot of them use different techniques. So you have cold atoms, based computation, you have solid state qubits, you have quantum dots, you have like cat qubit states and stuff like that, fluxonium, and so the technology, there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of opportunities, but we don't really know what will be the actual solution. And then in the meantime, as researcher, we try to figure out, okay, what are the limitations, what's causing the limitation, and how can we try to overcome them?
Okay, so I hear that there is still a race also in terms of the hardware platforms, which would be helpful to realize the advantage, and the long-term perspective is what's being kept current on the academic side. Milja, your company is building a particular on a particular platform, where Finland has historic strengths, the low temperature physics and the superconducting physics. How do you see European efforts on a global scale? Maybe some skeptics would tell you, well, this is too late for Europe to be in the race, and maybe we should give up the hardware to some other players and focus on smaller things. What's the ambition?
Well, if we are looking at pure numbers, Europe is not behind. We have one of the highest numbers of talent when it comes to PhDs and master's degrees in quantum. We also produce most patents globally. And then again, if we're looking at just purely the revenue of the global players, IQM and Europe on a wider basis is very competitive. Well, when it comes to hardware, of course, the game is still open. We don't know which modality will win. But then again, if we're looking at on a more wider scale when it comes to tech hardware, especially in AI and quantum, we have seen how there has been a shift first from hardware to software. We have let the hardware production go outside of EU, outside the West. And now, when the tech has developed, we have moved back and tried to get the hardware production back to Europe. As quantum is still developing, I don't think we can risk losing this battle. And then again, I understand that as it's still a guessing game, what quantum will actually be in the future, it's good to be a little bit critical. But then again, these investments in hardware will produce high-paying jobs, get high talent to European Union, to Finland, get foreign investments, and also tax incomes for the states. So it's never a wasted investment. And for example, the case of Nokia in Finland, even though it maybe didn't produce exactly what we expected, now Finland is one of the leaders in advanced networks because of Nokia and the basic research that we have done. So you don't really know what the future will tell us, but then again, it's never a waste.
Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. Obviously, developing technologies and being competitive in the world, Europe has to act together, but that's probably easier said than done. And the challenging task of coordinating national efforts in the implementation of quantum declaration falls onto the shoulders of European Commission. Now with the new European Parliament and new European Commission, I presume your office, Katie, is pretty busy with trying to make more concrete and real the action dimensions mentioned in the quantum declaration. Could you offer us a perspective on how to coordinate that efforts, that they are complementary, not how to make the interference constructive, to use the physicist term? Katie, please.
Of course. I mean, perhaps I should start by saying, as you know, that the new commission isn't quite in place yet. So we have to be a little bit careful with what we say, because we frankly, we don't know what the whether there'll be new policy initiatives. But perhaps I can start by putting the declaration in its wider context. Europe's been funding quantum for the last 25 years, quantum research. In 2018, we founded the Quantum Flagship, which was the 1 billion euro 10-year initiative to consolidate, to build on our excellent tradition of research, and to start funneling that research towards commercialization and industrialization. So Europe has been, for the last 5 or 6 years, quantum has certainly moved up the European agenda. In strategic terms, last summer the Commission published its economic security strategy, which is a set of ideas for how to navigate the rather challenging times in which we live and we will continue to live. And quantum was cited as a strategic area where we will need to sort of see, work out what our strategy is, who we collaborate with, what areas we will focus on. And quantum was specifically named in the follow-up recommendation on critical technologies. So again, quantum is high on the agenda in Brussels in strategic terms, also in economic terms. As you know, Mario Draghi published his report on European competitiveness a couple of months ago, and this singles out quantum again as something that could be transformative to Europe's economy and society, and will be fundamental to competitiveness in clearly what is a highly competitive international environment. So this is just to sort of emphasize that we in Brussels, policymakers are thinking about quantum a lot, are talking about quantum, And this was one reason why we were very happy with the launch of the Quantum Declaration, which you mentioned. This is, as you say, this is a commitment from all member states to work together and to become, for Europe to become the quantum valley of the world. And the declaration sets out a number of areas for future action, more consolidation of research, more joint investments in quantum infrastructures, which is already happening with computers, for example, also EuroQCI for quantum communication. Also, other efforts, it talks about the let's get more private funding. I guess we might talk about that in a minute, but this is, you know, areas where we need to address our relative weaknesses. But underlying the declaration is, as you mentioned, it's about coordination, alignment, working together. We're very happy that many member states like France have ambitious national strategies with significant amounts of funding behind them. Europe is very strong globally when it comes to public funding. We are ahead of all regions in that, except possibly China, and we don't quite know what the story is there. So you know, there's a lot of potential and promise, but as I say, the challenge now, or one of the challenges, the underlying challenge is to align and to coordinate and to talk to each other. The declaration comes with the creation of various working groups, expert groups, bringing together member states in Brussels, but it's also important that we keep talking at events like this one, so that for member states can collaborate, can form connections, and can see, you know, how they can work together to move forward.
Thank you, Katie, for emphasizing this. And speaking of collaborations on partnerships, and that's the question to all members of the panel, which types of partnerships nationally and especially cross-border have helped build your momentum and put where you are, and which you would suggest to be more of, or what new types of partnerships would be helpful? I don't know who's be happy to start. Maybe you, Andris. I know you are one of the implementers of the European funding in Latvia, and the quantum computing research center that you have built has been funded substantially from collaborative projects. Maybe you could elaborate on that dimension, how that worked so far.
Well, so our success has been largely built on us collaborating with other leading European research groups in quantum software. So we have had a long-standing collaboration with quantum software research centers in Amsterdam and Paris. I have been working together with people there as researchers for about 25 years. We signed a formal memorandum of understanding about 8 years ago, and the Latvian Ministry of Science and Education gave us some money for collaboration to support this collaboration. And this collaborative network is on what I have been building. We have been learning from researchers from Amsterdam and Paris coming as guest lecturers. We have been writing a lot of research projects together with them. In 2010s, we in Latvia collaborated we coordinated 2 European research networks that involved all the top European research institutions on quantum software, famous institutions and famous scientists. And the core of this project was this triangle between Riga, Amsterdam and Paris. And now we are expanding this triangle by creating a European Quantum Software Institute, which would be a virtual collaboration of 6 groups. So we are expanding this core of 3 to 6, and we are trying to build a European structure that would lead European research in quantum software.
Thank you. What other types of collaboration? I think looking at Miljas, kind of representing the industry in your remarks, you've already mentioned that the company obviously leverages the pool of talent that universities have to prepare, and that's one obvious input and connection dimension. But how do you see the role of academic research and other non-private players? Could you give us some examples or some calls for improving things?
Yes, well, first of all, IQM is a very global company, so we are almost 300 people, out of which almost half are PhDs. We have almost 50 nationalities, so we need to collaborate globally to get the best talent. We also need to collaborate with the universities to get the brightest minds into the company. Then again, on European level, collaboration happens, well, especially through EuroHPC, which is a EU-wide project to get these quantum computers into the supercomputing centers. So there are many levels in which we collaborate. Then on Finnish level, especially, well, I'm in charge of the government relations, so I try to explain quantum to policymakers and politics to our quantum physicists and decision makers within the company. And in this context, we also collaborate quite widely, mostly on national basis, so with our RTOs, with universities, with different industry players, because usually the needs and worries are rather similar when it comes to quantum. For example, regulation, financing, getting the best talent. So it doesn't make sense to go there alone and try to be the best in the industry if everyone else is trying to do the same. So we like to change views, discuss, and then combine our messages so that we are united. And this has worked rather well. And now that Finland is writing its national quantum strategy, it's done also on a wider level between the government, private actors, as well as the academic actors.
Thank you. So I do hear the added value of collaboration and having an alignment between different stakeholders, because it's not pure scientific talent that is necessary, it's the whole chain, also the dreaded valley of death for the technology before the market can actually start seeing the return on investment. There is this collaborative aspect, but also obviously that creates some competition, and the hope is that the competition can be steered to be healthy. Recalling our yesterday's discussion at the co-creation event, Gerbo, you mentioned Paris as a very kind of ground zero for quantum in France. I have some guesses why, but in the environment of competitive academic labs and the startups now giving very generous offers to the graduates of your PhD programs, don't you feel that steam is being taken out of the academic engine, or how does it feel in that environment?
So, to be fair, it's not only Paris, there's also big development in Grenoble, so in the French Alps. So there's in the field of quantum, there's the big two places when you can do that. But I just want to mention something, is that because we're doing basic science, there's a big emphasis put on openness of science, especially at the level of CNRS, so and like universities globally, we have a push so that all the publications that we write are openly published online. So that's this free access for science, which I think, as academics, I'm not talking at all about then development, about industry and stuff like that, but for us, it's very important that we're able to freely communicate with our colleagues, wherever they're from, like being from the US, from China, from other countries all over the world. And then the way we create collaboration is by discussing, like, first of all, we are human beings, right? So it's so of course you're going to have feuds between, like historical feuds between research teams that can happen, like pettiness is also part of human condition. But in the end, it's really, for instance, conferences when you be able to hear what people are working on, which will spark ideas about, okay, that relates to what I'm doing. Maybe I can try to adapt that in a different setup. Then we can start communicating with people. That's really part of the project in which we're part of together. So, but the Quantera project, which is European on the scale, but then funded like locally on the countryside. And so we are part of the German, Latvian, French consortium, but in the meantime we also have different projects within France or just ourselves. But yeah, so being able to talk to people openly, I think for us is the best way to bring ideas out on the table and try to actually figure out new directions and what could be done.
Of course. Thank you so much for your perspective. I'm obviously biased. You've made a very nice advertisement for academia, so they're the types of people who will always be driven by acquiring new knowledge. But there is also the type of people who wants to bring the maximal benefit to society from that knowledge and that entrepreneurial skill. So I hear from you that, well, we should meet in person, we should talk, and this probably where the collaborations and the actual proposals for policy can grow out of. There is the dimension going further up the scale of technological readiness, which I gather is very crucial for Europe. That's the protection of the intellectual property and making sure that at the critical stage of the pipeline, when the idea was spun off from academia, grown in the early stages of investment, and then it's ripe for scaling up and actually conquering its niche globally, what is being done and what are the challenges for preventing this being snapped by other global players? And maybe here Katie and Milia have some perspective on IP protection and the support for the added value to stay and grow in Europe.
Mm-hmm. Sure. I mean, as you said, this is a challenge, and it's a challenge partly because, as I say, it's in the Commission's economic security strategy. It talks about partnering, but also protecting. So I think when any consideration of this issue has to take into account the fact that there are, of course, always advantages of partnering, particularly with countries outside of Europe, but there are also, there can be disadvantages. It's something perhaps in the past Europe has done, could be said to have done too much of, and then indeed there has been a bit of a brain drain. Perhaps we lost IP, lost ideas, lost people, which is unfortunate. When in terms of our research calls, as you may know, they are, some of them are open to the whole world. Some of them, the more high TRLs, are less open, and this is part of an ongoing process. It's not a fixed position, but it is also a strategic decision that the Commission has taken to make sure that these very important ideas go to Europe first. To take a slightly different perspective, I think one challenge that Europe has faced is, as I mentioned earlier, a lack of private funding, and both from industry, big industrial companies not in quantum, but also in terms of venture capital, the kind of the major injections of cash that the startups need to scale up. So perhaps I could just say something that we're doing concretely. It's something I mentioned in our discussion yesterday. The European Innovation Council, which exists in broad terms to identify Europe's most promising startups and to fund them. A couple of days ago, it announced its work programme for next year, and this includes something called the STEP, the Strategic Technologies in Europe Platform Scale-Up Instrument. And this will offer a total, next year alone, of 300 million euros to promising startups in strategic areas, including quantum. Quantum is specifically named in this programme. So the idea is not just to give them this funding, but for this funding to unlock even bigger investments from private investment funds. So that is something that is, will be happening in the next few months. Looking ahead a little bit further, it looks under the next commission. Well, because we don't know this for certain yet. The next commission is not in place, but it looks like the next commission will want to move forward to completing the European Capital Markets Union. And again, one of the drivers behind this intention is that it would unlock, it would enable the creation, the enlargement of Europe-wide investment funds and would create a pool of capital for this kind of strategic scale-up investment that our companies need.
Thank you. That's a very important dimension to keep in mind. Actually, the reminder for all of us that the world has qualitatively changed and that the economic security is a two-sided coin, with fostering openness and collaboration on one hand, and then being very aware of the need for defense and security. And this big idea was also discussed here in Latvia few days ago at the Forum for Economic Competitiveness on the auspices of the Latvian presidency. And one of the theses which was heard on the political discussions, it is an ages-old, of course, tension between business looking for market opportunities for profit and science looking for what is there to discover, right? And having an ecosystem when both sides thrive and maximize the added value, that's a common challenge. But one particular simplification or stereotype, which I find sometimes misleads in this discussion, is the simplification that science is either applied, then it's clear, it promises some technology, so you better hurry up, and we should steer that towards commercialization, startups, and eventual market value. And then there is basic science, and the moment you say basic science, oh, it's curiosity-driven, and then it's just pure curiosity. It seems to be disconnected, and then how is my curiosity better than your curiosity? So having curious and accomplished scientists on this panel, what is your answer to society's demands? What is the role of basic science, and why it's still important in the quantum technologies domain? I think, Andres, do you have a point on that? Why keep doing science? Science has been done. Now we should just get the fruits, you know?
Well, I think there is a range of things in between completely fundamental research and basic research. You can call these things applied research with 10 or 20-year time horizon, or practice-driven fundamental research. You can classify them in whatever way you want, but a lot of science is driven by some practical need, which then turns into fundamental science, and there is this cycle. And when I was a PhD student in the United States, I saw this cycle very well. There were people working in the industry research labs. They would talk to people developing products. They would come up with some idea on what would be important in 10 or 20 years down the road. And then based on that, they would build science. And then 10 or 20 years later, these things would turn into technologies. And I have seen this with methods for error correction in conventional computers. I have seen this with methods for ensuring privacy, but people working together with practitioners come up with inspiration, then they come up with something purely theoretical, and then 20 years later I hear about Apple putting this in their product. And this is something that we need to foster. And the question is, how do we build an ecosystem in which these things happen naturally? Like in Silicon Valley, they happen naturally because there is such a concentration of smart people from different backgrounds. So we somehow have to make this happen here in much smaller country with much smaller community. But then our advantage is that in Latvia everyone knows everyone, so it's easy to connect with the best people in another area.
Thank you very much. So What I'm also hearing in your perspective is that what science can give is the longer-term perspective and planting the seeds for future prosperity. Maybe coming back to the status of quantum technologies, where do you see our near-term applications and the more mature sides of quantum technologies? Well, it depends on the sector you're coming from, and where it's still a potential for big disruption. Is it that the computing has already on the converging side, or there also could be surprises? How would you just judge the scene on risk to disruption scale?
Would you?
My question sort of
To whom is this question? To me?
well, if you to any of you, but if you can offer your perspective, that'd be.
Yeah, I think computing is something where we still have a few orders of magnitude gap between what we want to do and what we can do. So there is a lot of work that we need to do on both hardware side and software side, and I think there is a clear potential for modeling physics and chemistry and doing other things and processing data, doing machine learning, and typically algorithms about which we are sure require resources which are a few magnitudes above today's quantum computers, and things that we can run on today's quantum computers are things about which we are not quite sure. So, and I'm sure IQM is working on bringing the capacities of quantum computers a few orders of magnitude up, and our center and our partners, we are working on bringing the requirements of quantum algorithms a few orders down. So I think that in a few years these capacities will meet.
I think everyone is talking about a time in which we have useful applications, 5 to 10 years, who knows? But I think important note is that the market already exists. We are already selling quantum computers. They are already being used by customers. It's estimated that the market right now is worth around $848 million US, and in 2040 it's around $106 billion US. So it's doubling each year. This is numbers by McKinsey. So the market already exists. What we can do with the computers right now is basic research, learning how to do quantum, developing the talent pool for tomorrow. And this is why, for example, we at IQM offer the computers and sell them to universities, research institutions, so that they can train the future talents for this growing industry. But of course, when is a very, very good question.
Surely, right? So, but yeah, to be ready for a disruptive advantage, you need to start working on that before it has become reality. Thank you for this perspective. Maybe I would like to kind of wrap up our discussion, also to have some time to get questions from the audience. I'll ask each of you what would be a message to the audience and one barrier to remove, or one wish, if only there could be more things like this that would help your mission, that will help the ecosystem to prosper. What is that one thing that you wish for, even if it's unrealistic, or maybe it is? So yeah, in any order, if you feel up to.
Yeah, maybe we should just go like this.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Exactly, yeah.
Once again, I'm going to go from the academic's perspective. And like for us, the most important thing is freedom of being able to pursue a research subject. Like, of course, you have example in history when people have been pushed and then actually gave some great results. I can, for instance, talk about like the development of nuclear power, this kind of things. Like it's been highly pushed by the industry, but also before that comes from push from the military to build a bomb in Los Alamos. And before that, actually, it's just people like Marie Curie just breaking pieces of rocks in the backyard of ESPCI to be able to extract some radium to actually study, or Röntgen to actually ask his wife to put the hand to make a radio of it. So it's more or less always starts with curiosity, and people actually be able to follow things that they don't understand. And for us, that's something which is very important. Also, I would like to add that scientists have, I think, from what I see and the discussion I can have with my colleagues, are very aware of the world in which we are living. So especially when it comes to global climate change and all these kind of things, like we also need to ask ourselves questions, okay, what do the research we're doing, what will be the consequences? Like for instance, so we're talking about reducing the need for more qubits in order to find more efficient, because a quantum computer is not going to be like a laptop that you have today, right? It's going to be something that works at low temperature, which requires a lot of energy. It's not something you'll have with you just to make a PowerPoint presentation, right? That wouldn't make any sense. But some very specific applications, at least in the middle future, like not the nearest or maybe the longest. We'll find some ways to get things even better. But like it's something we need to think about, and as academics to have the freedom to think about it without having to absolutely every time trying to figure out straight from the start potential applications.
Thank you.
I know that's not the right conference maybe to talk about that. Like it's really technology oriented, and that's not really the background I'm coming from. But
right. Well, this is telling, right? That you feel scientists should not feel bad by being who they are, right, and being the best what they're doing, right? Thank you. Yeah, Amelia.
Maybe I want to leave you with the idea that Europe is truly very competitive in this area. The question shouldn't be about how to stay in the race, but how to lead. And I see that one way of cementing this industry in the European Union is by building this critical infrastructure, making sure that we have the capabilities of, for example, producing our own quantum chips, quantum hardware, because with that infrastructure, there will be talent building around it, usually these ecosystems built around the infrastructure. And also, this is an important note, because when we're talking about, for example, ethics and standards of quantum computing, we are already seeing, for example, with AI, that the actors who control the hardware, who control the infrastructure, usually also have a key role to play when it comes to partnerships, alliances, and how the industry develops. And this is why we need to stay in the race and keep the infrastructure here.
Thank you. Katie.
Well, I could say more collaboration, of course, but I mean, that goes without saying, and it is happening already. Perhaps one point I would make is come back to what I said earlier about private funding, particularly from industry. I mean, we know that quantum has the potential to be transformative in many different sectors, also transport, energy, tackling climate change, health, many potential uses, probably some we haven't even imagined yet. But what perhaps is a block to, so there's a lot of potential there, but compared with, say, the United States, European industry in other areas is proving quite slow to invest in quantum and to sort of unlock the levels of funding that will allow us to continue to be competitive globally. Of course, it's all very well to say industry should invest more. Of course, we the quantum community, need to make a case for quantum. And as we discussed yesterday, there are different ways of doing that. One way is indeed to look to the future, to promise these, the amazing things that, should be able to happen in 5, 10 or more years. Another way is to focus on the here and now, perhaps the incremental changes, the incremental improvements that are, that quantum could bring about that are possible now or will soon be possible. So, as I say, I realise it's not persuading industry to invest, just like persuading national policymakers to take quantum seriously. It's not an easy argument, or it's a complex and multifaceted argument, but I think this is something that the quantum community needs to focus on, as I say, to ensure that level of competitivity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Andres?
Yeah, well, my message would be that we often overestimate what the technological progress in short term, but we underestimate of how much technology will get better in the longer term. And this is basically the nature of the whole technology hype cycle in any field, whether it's AI in quantum. You often hear this will change things in 1 or 2 years, and that never comes true. But in the long term, the change is big, and that's how it will be with quantum as well.
Thank you very much. So on this note, I want to thank our panelists sincerely. They all deserve your round of applause. The panel is open for questions.
Yes, we have about 3 minutes. A lot of people here in the room, exciting topics. Please, let's use this opportunity. We do have a microphone somewhere here. There is a question on that side in the last row. Good morning, what's your name and what's your question?
Good morning, I'm Stefan from CERN. I got a very simple question. Europe has a tradition in having lots and lots of bright ideas, and then we are slipping those ideas away. Electric cars are not built in Europe, batteries are not built in Europe, wind farms are not built in Europe anymore. All the innovation done in Europe is slipping away to other parts of the world. So how do you think that will not happen now with all the research we're doing in quantum in Europe, and in 10 years we're sitting here at the 11G territory, and then we're just lamenting about the fact that all those computers are sitting in Silicon Valley?
Okay, that's a challenging question. Do you address it to some of us in particular?
The Commission, because we're lacking visions there, and the visions bring us to keep this in our continent.
Thank you. Yep, fair question.
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, this is something we're aware of. We're aware that we need to be strategic. We're aware we need to be careful in our partnerships. We're aware that we need to incentivize the best companies to stay in Europe, offer them the funding and the support and the talent that they need to do this. We're aware of the problem, but at the same time, perhaps I would like to add that this is not always a decision taken at European level. This is also, in some cases, a decision taken at national level. And so, we're very happy that European governments share our vision of quantum, its potential and its strategic nature, and I think we count on them too to bear that in mind when they are, making investment decisions or in companies or engaging in strategic partnerships. So I think this is something we're definitely aware of at European level. We have a number of initiatives in place, but also it's a team effort, I think, too.
All right, thank you. We have 20 seconds. Quick question here. By the way, we have a QR code for feedback. Please do evaluate this discussion, give your remark, and scan this QR code. Quick question from you, sir. Hello.
Hello, Jānis Karkliņš. I'm ambassador at large in Latvian Foreign Ministry. So my question is about participation of quantum community in discussions about governance of quantum applications. In a digital world since 2003 at UN level, there is a debate about internet governance, digital governance. I am part of it, or has been part of it, and quantum has been mentioned marginally, occasionally, but quantum community representatives are not part of this global debate. Question is, do you have internally in the quantum community kind of discussion about governance issues, and whether you will be interested in joining a general universal discussion about digital governance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a quick answer from somebody, please?
Yeah, I think these things are definitely discussed in quantum community. So the answer is yes. The challenge with quantum governance is that quantum is a technological tool that can be used in many areas. So essentially, every digital governance issue can turn into a quantum governance issue if quantum turns out to be useful in the particular area. So it makes the question of quantum governance very broad, and every new discovery of a new application can bring new aspects. But we are trying to think of this. There are parts of European strategic research and industry agenda that address that.
Excellent. Highly important questions raised, which, by the way, will be built upon in the next discussion, which will focus on quantum and defense in just 7 minutes' time. But right now, these people do deserve your applause. Thank you very much. All right, see you back on this stage in 7 minutes' time. Thank you.
Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tietoevry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tietoevry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tietoevry's corporate finances, because Tietoevry Riga houses the Tietoevry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilda. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilda does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilda's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga. Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tietoevry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy, but their mission goes beyond tech.
With team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tietoevry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tietoevry's corporate finances, because Tietoevry Riga houses the Tietoevry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be
dedicated to technology, storytelling, and communications. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our dear moderator, Julia Gifford. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
Julia, take it away.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for joining us. We're here talking about defending the digital fortress against the most modern day attacks. And we've heard a panel just now on quantum technologies, and that's certainly something that we are concerned about, and we will also be discussing today, among other things. But we have a room that might not be filled by quantum experts, but we do have a room filled with industry experts who very possibly are also responsible for handling vast amounts of often sensitive data. And they certainly would be interested, I imagine, about hearing about how to defend ourselves and set ourselves up best for this future or present reality of security and data center security. And especially as these technologies advance, and we will discuss this. And today we are joined by our fantastic panel, and here I have Gianpaolo Panariello, CTO of Network Infrastructure at Nokia. A round of applause for Gianpaolo. Dimitris Nikitins, CTO of TET. And Stefan Luders, CISO at CERN. So a round of applause for you guys. So I want to kick this off by asking Dimitri. So as the CTO of a major telecoms organization, are you concerned about Q-Day, which is the day when quantum, cryptographically relevant quantum computers are going to be able to go through all of our security and safety measures? Dimitri, are you concerned?
Kind of. So those are not immediate concerns. We see that at the moment the development of quantum computers is not there. From time to time we see that news that, for example, a couple of weeks ago we've seen that one of Chinese universities has reported that they have cracked RCA 50-bit algorithm with the D-Wave device of 500 qubits. However, if we look closer at the statement, this RCA algorithm is really old and outdated. It's not being used in modern systems. Modern systems use RCA 2048 bits, and in order to crack that algorithm, you need the devices which contain like millions of working qubits. So we see that the range which is required to crack modern algorithms is pretty far away. However, as the CTO of the company, you are not getting paid only for ensuring that the systems run smoothly and stably today. You are being paid also for forecasting what is lurking ahead. So what are the dangers which might come in the next years. And the quantum threat is pretty serious, I guess, in the upcoming years. And at the moment, it's hard to forecast when it will arrive. We've seen with the example of AI that we had quite stiff AI algorithms till 2022. And after that, we had like a big bang with different AI applications. The same might happen with the quantum technologies, because a lot of companies are working in this field. Google, Microsoft, huge technology leaders are working in the quantum field. State universities, state-backed programs are working, and we know that state-sponsored terrorism or cyber espionage is a thing right now on the market, so they have their own interests there. So the leap in the quantum technology might happen in the next few years, so we have to get ready for that, and that's why we have to think about what are the means to protect ourselves. One of the concerning factors is that the data which contains the criticality over the years, for example, the health data, genome, or financial data, or military data, can be intercepted now and stored for later. And when the quantum technology comes, it can be decrypted and used for bad purposes. So yeah. At the moment, immediate threat is not there, but we have to account that in the future it's there, and we have to act and find the solutions how we can safeguard our infrastructure. For us as an infrastructure service provider and a holder of the critical infrastructure, so basically we serve majority of the financial institutions, majority of the health providers, and for us it's important to safeguard ourselves and provide means to safeguard our customers.
Thank you. And then a question for Gianpaolo. Are you seeing that threats already impacting the network security space?
So let's say that up to now there are no clue that a quantum computer able to break the asymmetric cryptography is on the market. There is a lot of hype on the market, on the internet, and also a lot of confusion. Just mentioned the famous article from the Chinese academia. And someone on the internet, on the media, made confusion between 50 and 2058. That is something quite different. So say that we don't have clue, there are two buts. First but, if someone has a quantum computer able to break the asymmetric cryptography, will not write on the internet, will not publish, will start to steal your data, your secret data, of course. And you will discover only when this already happened. This is the first but. The second but, already mentioned, harvest now, decrypt later. We have proved that some cyber criminal entities are storing data. And then they will be able to decrypt this data as soon as quantum computer able to decrypt asymmetric cryptography will be available. So what we are doing, what we are suggesting, we are already producing a solution quantum safe since 5 years. Because 5 years ago, some of our customers come to us say, hey, have you got a solution for this? So what do we suggest? If you have secret data, if you have data that have to remain secret for many years, please implement now solution quantum safe.
And that would prevent the harvesting now aspect.
Of course, we will prevent the two buts that I said before.
Yeah, great. And Stefan, I'm curious to know your perspective. How are you feeling about the threat of quantum on our security infrastructure?
I like to just quote the Gartner hype curve. So I'm following those discussions since 20 years. So we can take the same thing, digital fortress, network security, data encryption, and IoT. Fortress, network security, data encryption, and large language models, supply chain, and nowadays the hype is with quantum safe technologies. So personally, for my computer center, I worry less, despite the fact that we're storing lots and lots of data. We're storing about an exabyte in our computer center at this very moment. I'm less concerned because that is mostly public data, so I'm not concerned there. On the other hand, we should be really clear about the terminology and the words we're using. So first, some people yesterday said post-quantum computing. There is no post-quantum computing in our lifetimes. We are now moving from computing into quantum computing. And post-quantum computing, that would be interesting what it is after quantum computing. But there is the question of post-quantum cryptology. So what is, and Gianpaolo said it, what is at risk? Which part of data is at risk? If you encrypt your data symmetrically, quantum computers, for the moment, by theory, not expected that they can break symmetric encryption. We're talking about breaking asymmetric encryption. For those who do not know what the difference is, asymmetric encryption is just based on the fact that multiplying two prime numbers is very simple. 3 times 7 is 21. But who can tell me quickly which two prime numbers are the constituents of 221? It's very complicated, and that is where quantum technology comes in. Quantum technology can solve this more or less on the blink, and that makes the risk for asymmetric encryption a risk. So data stored in my data center, if it's asymmetrically stored and not leaving my data center, is absolutely secure also against future technologies. Once it's coming in transit, then of course it's getting interesting. While it's encrypted in transit symmetrically, at least the initial exchange of the key is asymmetrically. And this is then where store and break later is the risk which we're coming in. And this is where I'm getting interested to see what would be solutions for us to protect our inter-data center communication in the future. For the moment, on the daily business, I'm not worried at all. As you said, we do not know what the horizon of real quantum computers with the power is. For the moment, it is small, but Moore's law started also small, and the transistors were, in nowadays view, rather stupid, and nowadays we are at the top end of Moore's law, and we cannot do better, so quantum kicks in. So I'm open, and I'm technologically open.
Mm-hmm. Gianpaolo, I see you shaking your head.
I fully agree with you that Grover algorithm says that symmetric encryption is secure, actually. What we are referring when we say the data are under risk are the data that are protected, for example, data in flight with asymmetric technology. And if we consider, for example, the backhauling of mobile network, there are suggestions from 3GPP to use IPsec. IPsec is an asymmetric technology, but many operators are neither protecting this backhauling with the IPsec. So double risk. If you don't protect, you are giving your data in the hand of whoever want to take it. Second, if you are using IPsec, IPsec can be open because it's an asymmetric technology. So what do we suggest? And the solution that we developed 5 years ago, and again, a lot of customers, we have more than 50 customers that are using this solution, is based on a symmetric technology. Maybe I will explain later, using a pre-shared key on pre-authenticated channel.
Pre-shared means you need to exchange your key via some other means which is secure enough. So you have to come up with a mechanism to do this. So
we developed we developed this. Okay, maybe we can discuss.
No, I would love to hear more, because I'm sure that what we in this room are looking for are these, okay, so what now? What they leave this room and they go back to their organizations and they say, hey, I heard this panel, we have to do this. What is this?
Very, very simple. We developed a server that is a manager for the key that is generating the key based on classic physics, so high entropy, and is distributing the key on pre-shared key. What means pre-shared key? These are links that are again based on symmetric key authentication, but the quantity of data that are going through this link is very low, let's say in the order of bits, because we are exchanging just key. So in this case, the key rotation, the crypto period, is in the order of 200 days. So every 200 days we can go there and change the key, while the crypto rotation at the user plane level is in the order of 2 minutes. So every 2 minutes we are able to generate a new key based on classic physics, so high entropy, and distribute on this pre-authenticated link to the encryptors. And this is a solution that is standardized ANSI, NATO-restricted, common criteria level 4. And more than 50 customers are already taking benefit of this kind of solution. And they come to us asking a solution. Was not us.
Okay, so then this is a solution that's based on demand. But I'm curious for Dimitri, how do you prepare for something that you don't know when is coming or how it is coming? How are you guys looking at the same topic?
Well, if we're talking about the security, so the immediate concern for us is what's going on around. So even if we have the quantum computers somewhere ahead of us, no one cancels the immediate threats like DDoS attacks and some phishings and so on. And that's the, as for us as a data center infrastructure providers, that's the immediate concern. So we have to ensure that everything is working right now. So training employees, implementing the solutions which are safeguarding the data centers right now. As for the future, we are looking for the new direction, and as already mentioned, there are some mechanisms like quantum key distribution systems which can safeguard the point-to-point transactions between two servers or data centers if you are transferring the very sensitive information. And we are working to test that out, understand how we can help our customers. At the moment, we've started the tests with the health industry to show them how it works, to understand what are their needs, to create the proof of concept. And because this is the new technology which is still being tested. So I've heard that Someone mentioned that it's already on the market, but it's already on the market in a proof of concept stage. So we have no standards at the moment which regulate this industry, and we do not know the possibilities of this technology till the full extent. So what all the players in Europe are doing right now, they are trying to experiment, understand what are the bonding concerns about this technology, what are the possibilities, and communicate with the vendors to adjust technology to their needs. The second one is the post-quantum cryptography, which is being mentioned. So we are looking at this direction as well. And if we are looking at the future and quantum computer era, then I think that the mechanisms how we can safeguard our infrastructure will be the hybrid, both the QKD technology with quantum key distribution and encrypting the point-to-point connections. But this technology requires a lot of investment because you need dedicated equipment on both ends. And the second one is the post-quantum cryptography, which requires less investment, but you have to get your infrastructure ready to provide additional cryptography and new means to ensure that your data is safe.
Thank you. And a similar question for Stefan, as the CISO at CERN. What are you most concerned about right now, and how, in your professional capability, are you addressing it?
Well, we will completely digress from the subject if we're talking about what my concerns right now are. If you just look at computer centers and complexities of computer centers compared to 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I got some hardware, some operating system and application, which was very simple. Nowadays, computer engineers are very creative, and we have no hardware, a hypervisor, a virtual machine, a container inside, and then the application. So we added within 10 years 2 more layers, which I have to protect. I'm worried about IoT and some statements done yesterday where certain people said they cannot follow the update cycle of Kubernetes. Red Hat is doing permanent updates of the kernel. Microsoft is doing this once a month. If I buy control systems, if I buy industry-rated equipment, this is all not being able to be patched as quickly as your smartphone over the night. This is where I'm worried. If you're now looking in the future for encryption, we had this in the past. Your password at the beginning was 4 letters, 6 letters, 8 letters, no complexity. Why? Because computers were not powerful enough to break them. Now you have to have 50 letters and some complexity because computers are getting more powerful. The same with quantum. At a certain moment, we have to see whether our current asymmetric key or encryption protocols which we have to replace them. And we did in the past. DES replaced by 3 DES or triple DES by AES. RSA got longer and longer and longer. And the same thing will happen now. We are prepared, and we've seen this in data centers, to change our encryption methods on the fly. SSL 1, 2, 3 is dead. Now it's TLS 1.0, no 1.1, no 1.4. So we're doing those transitions permanently. The same with ciphers for SSH. And for quantum, it's the same thing. NIST has published quantum robust protocols for encryption. One is for the Star Wars lovers, Rogue One, Crystal, Kyber, which is one of the protocols. So I expect at a certain moment...
computer without your malware systems knowing it, so they are changing the code every time when the malicious software is being downloaded.
What can be done?
You can fight fire with fire only, so we have to adjust our systems as well. We have to implement AI systems. We have to train our systems pretty heavily. That's the only thing how we can move forward, because attackers will get smarter, will get more resources, and if on a daily basis, the majority of us are now using the ChatGPT for different inquiries, so attackers have their own GPTs, like Worm GPT, which are tailored for malicious purposes, and that's the reality we have to live in.
That's a scary reality, the fact that we are all in the firing line. But on perhaps a lighter note, I would like to ask Gianpaolo, I know that your background is in aerospace and you're now at the forefront of network security. And I was wondering, do these two topics have an overlap for you? And if so, what might that be?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I can talk hour about this. I will try to be a bit synthetic. A bit the history of quantum physics. This was developed in the early last century, and then in middle last century we had the first innovations. You know, the semiconductors, the photovoltaic effect, and then the first inventions. Some of these were driven by Nokia Bell Labs, by the way. Like, for example, the transistor was invented in Nokia Bell Labs, or the solar panel. Now we are in a new phase of the quantum technology, because now we are able to control the single photon. So we are able to encode the information inside the spin or the polarization of the photon. We are able to read the state of the photon. So we can implement also through the law of the physics, of the quantum physics, like entanglement or superposition or non-cloning theorem, a lot of new innovation, in particular in the areas of communication, of sensing, and computing, for example, the statistical simulation, that will be very important. Now, focusing a bit on non-terrestrial network, think about new sensors that we can put on top of satellite. For example, sensor on quantum sensor of the magnetic field. These will be very useful to understand what is the real and the change of the magnetic field on the Earth, to understand the solar activity, so to understand how the solar activity is interfering with the communication on the ground. Quantum sensor of gravity will help us to understand the loss of ice, the level of water, and so to help us to make better forecast of the climate change. Other example, the quantum clocks will give more precise in timing that is critical for constellations that are giving us the position on the Earth, like GPS. Quantum communication, of which quantum key distribution is just the tip of the iceberg, will give us communication that are secure by definition, because based on the no-cloning theorem, it's not possible to be intercepted. But then we can go also beyond the Earth. Extraterrestrial network. We know that we are already working in the direction of the colonization of the moon, and very soon we will have a constellation of satellites around the moon for precise timing and position that will answer two questions: where I am on the moon, and second, that seems very funny, what time is on the moon? Because you don't know. So there will be this constellation that will give a single, a secure reference for the time on the moon. And this will be based again on quantum technology. Then quantum communication, where Nokia is working very hard. For example, we have now mission to the moon. In a few months, a base station Nokia will land on the south pole of the moon to implement mobile phone, 4G and then 5G, to test how this technology can be deployed on the moon. And then we can go also further. Mars, the satellite of Jupiter, and the exoplanet. in any way on all the exploration that the humanity will do beyond the Earth, quantum technology will be used to support such type of exploration.
Fantastic. I do feel like that could be an entirely different additional sensor session, but I am hearing the keywords of additional sensors and satellites and IoT, and I can just feel that this is a recipe for Stefan's frustration of more hardware, software to be patched, etc.
Well, I'm very interested in blue sky, so don't get me wrong. We got our own quantum institute with lots of universities worldwide, where the University of Latvia is part in investigating how we can use quantum technologies for analyzing big physics data, for example. And the data amount which we got, 1 exabyte, 1 million cores, which are doing the analysis worldwide, we have to see how we can optimize on that one. On an operational basis, again, I'm back to the principles. I believe that technological advancements will be gradual over course of time, and obviously for me, non-proprietary. So basing my hardware only on one vendor, on one protocol, which might be proprietary or not, that is definitely not the direction I want to go, because it needs to be intercompatible. The next thing is, I don't have the budget like some others might have to pull optical fibers between computer centers worldwide and having a dedicated infrastructure for quantum key exchange, because as you said, you need to control the endpoints and there must nothing in between. So that means if I now communicate with 150 computer centers worldwide, how do I pull 150 fibers from my data center to the others, while the maximum distance at the moment is what, 400 kilometers? So we cannot even cross a country. At least yesterday we've seen that Finland cannot cross the country. So those are the operational struggles I'm coming in for this very moment. If you look at threat actors, I'm still worried about ransomware in computer centers. I got 170 computer centers worldwide managed by universities. They don't have a security team like we have or like you have, which I guess is a factor of 100 more than mine. And we have to guarantee the security there. And we see that something happening in a computer center somewhere in ABC is coming to us. And most often it is that we detect it on our side where the attackers try to infiltrate our system. We then go back where the connection comes from. And the end game is usually you reinstall your computer center at your end, and I'm talking about reinstallation of computer centers. So that is what I'm working on. Denial of service, yes, we are tested in denial of service again and again and again. I got some Twitter feeds where people just try us and then they run the denial of service against somebody else. So because we got a rather stable network, a rather big firewall, so they try to denial of service us and then they move ahead to some other things. So, but we got contingencies in place for protecting against denial of service. So again here, coming back to the original subject, network security, if this stays within the computer center, this is a physical parameter which I control. So I might not even have any encryption in my computer center if my physical protection is good enough and if I can guarantee that there is no third-party actor in my computer center siphoning off the data, which I never can guarantee. The next thing is risk analysis. I think we are not completely on par here, and I'm the little player here. Are nation states a risk adversary for me? No, they are not, because first, there are 26 European countries participating at CERN. There are 170 countries sending physicists, researchers, technicians, students to CERN, and we're not doing background checks. So if you want to go now on the nation level and infiltrate CERN, be my guest. We're welcoming you as researchers, but we cannot do better. It's a university, and in a university you cannot do background checks. So would I do the same thing when I'm in the bank? No, I would not. In the bank, psychological test, drug test, alcohol test, family problems, whatever you got. But I can't, so I have to adapt my risk scenario, my adversaries to my computer centers.
Dimitri.
I would like to elaborate a bit on your statement that, hey, that I can keep my internal systems without the encryptions because I know that they are safe.
I'm not saying I'm doing, huh?
yeah, I understand that. In any case, so the most frequent attack point and the weakest link within the organization usually is its employees. So basically, it's easier to get access to the systems through employees who are not trained properly, who just click on the link, download something or what. And we know that we can train our employees to be aware of those threats, but those are not 100% measures. So encryption should be there, and for the future, encryption will change. Most probably, we will introduce new post-quantum cryptography algorithms, which are already certified, and some larger companies are using them. However, there is one small concern, at least at Manis side, on those algorithms. Those algorithms are based on our assumptions what technology will be at attackers' disposal. So basically, we think that the quantum computers which attackers will get held on will be so powerful, they will be able to calculate at such speed and so on and so forth. And still, the quantum field has so many unknowns that the situation might be completely different in 5 years, and we will have to switch or swap those algorithms, find new ones to upgrade existing ones, because they are not working. So at the moment, the algorithms which we are considering to be safe against the quantum computers might not be so in 4 or 5 years' time. So that's the endless process of upgrading our systems.
But this is the unknown unknowns. In principle, you cannot protect against the unknown unknowns. So just hypothetically, everything can happen. Does not help me in putting my defenses up. So I'm defending, like mentioned before, defense in depth. I'm defending on the network layer. I'm defending on the hardware system. I'm defending on the hypervisors. I less control virtual machines and containers. What you're saying, lots of employees, you do background checks and you train them. I can't. I got researchers, I got physicists, I got students who are hopping in between different computer centers. This is a come and go of 20,000 people a year, which are just coming in and out. So I'm even training them once. Next year I have to do the same training for those people. So I have to adapt a certain level of risk, and that means in the computer center I have to accept that the endpoints are already infected, and this is what we use. In our intrusion detection system, we're monitoring exactly with this, using artificial intelligence to see whether we can abnormal behavior of virtual machines, of containers, of users, of how they run their analysis, whether they're doing a physics analysis or whether they're doing cryptocurrency mining. The patterns are completely different. One we tolerate, the others for obvious reason we do not. So this is where we then intervene.
I think that the takeaway that we're seeing over the course of this panel is that the fight for safety is happening on many different fronts, and that the job of the cybersecurity specialist or information security officer is more complex than it ever has been, particularly as you're fighting the unknown future as well. But we have now time to open up the room to questions, and I see that there is one question already on this side.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we will put up a QR code, by the way, where you can evaluate this discussion and put a score next to our talk before we switch to questions. But yes, sir. Good morning. Hello. What's your name?
Hello. I'm Janis Irbe, representing Ministry of Smart Administration and Regional Development, and I have some other hats too regarding security. My question is actually the risk mitigation practices, like various types of protection, or actually lack of it, is not the source of the problem. The problem is malicious intent by attacker, having some, some goals, political goals, maybe financial goals. So can we use some kind of technology to identify them? Because I think the problem is that we cannot see nowadays where the large attacks come from. They are so well hidden, and somebody is pulling the strings, but we don't know exactly from where. And could quantum technology help us with that? How should we change the internet protocol to clearly identify who is pulling the strings? That's my question. And then the next step would be reforming United Nations so they can really act against those countries where attacks come from. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Do we have anyone who wants to answer about can we detect malicious intent?
Well, detecting the regional intruder requires a lot of resources. As you said, they try to cover their tracks as much as they can. So usually it's a huge labyrinth where you can just walk around like for months. I know that the huge technology companies like Microsoft, they are keeping the huge departments which are following closely the malicious actors and monitoring them, so they have means to discover those. As for us, for the smaller companies, we have some signatures from the large vendors, which indicate that might be the malicious intent, and of course we have to assume that. Every situation might be an attack on our infrastructure and defend against everything which is malicious.
Gianpaolo, I think, do you also have something to add?
Let's say that discover who is making a threat is very difficult also because we know that there are the dark web component that is not giving us a simple way to discover. And when someone is discovered, they can find another way to put the attack. What we are noticed on the market and our development is based on what market is demanding, is to defend rather than to try to understand who is the attacker. So we are focusing on this, and what I described before, Quantum and DDoS mitigation are two examples.
And Stefan also had something to add.
Yeah, I got. Maybe I'll start with the second question first. Is Quantum a solution? We have to take care of it. I'm not creative enough and I'm not expert in this field enough to give you that answer. But I see it again and again and again. There is a new hype coming on. Quantum is definitely something which might have its merits in the future, but we shouldn't see it as the hammer for every nail we'll see. It's the same with large language models. I see people now trying to figure out where the toilet is, just asking ChatGPT, while just looking at the plan is easier. Or what is 2 + 2 ChatGPT? How much CO2 do you burn with applications which you can solve differently? So we should really take care of what we do. And for the other thing, figuring out where your adversaries are, if you do not do with dedicated, sophisticated security vendors research what your adversaries are, then I would more plead to nations. To me, it is a pain if I follow up across borders adversaries. So I see at University of ABC in another country has been compromised. I can go under the radar and talk directly to the computer center managers, and we can get it solved. But if you start talking to law enforcement, then it's getting delays, and you got an asymmetry there, which is enormous. Just an inquiry to another country via my host state to another country, this might take weeks, months, if not even years. And then you're completely screwed because the adversaries are gone, they changed name, they are now sitting somewhere else. So I think we need to collaborate on that level much, much more, but for whatever reason, we discussed this yesterday a little bit, we're all saying public-partner cooperation, and then somebody said trust. And when trust comes in, nobody trusts nobody anymore, and then you do not have communication. So I think this is where we start working more on, and I think at the moment we're failing.
We have an interesting question online that is a little bit about emissions. Oscar is sending in this question. Encryption comes at the cost of additional computational resource consumption, which consumes more energy. So it feels that protection by encryption comes in conflict with sustainability targets. Where should we draw the line?
That's a great question. I wonder if anyone has an answer to that.
I would say that the increase of computation power for encryption is really negligible compared, for example, with the power consumption of a data center. So I believe that this is really not a problem.
Overall, the consumption of data centers and how we can make them more green is a problem for the future, which we have to address, how we are using the green electricity sources and so on. Because at the moment, data centers consume like 5 or 6% of the world's electricity. By 2030, it will be around 13, 14. With the new AI developments, we see that we need more power and more data centers are being built. So it's up to the data center providers to watch out for this trends and make their data centers more green. For example, we are now building the next data center for ourselves, and our priority is to make it as green as possible. So we are giving away the produced heat to heat the water for the Salaspils city in Latvia. We are using the green electricity. We are not using the classical diesel fuel anymore. We use green fuel for our diesel generators and so on. So.
Yeah, I'm smiling a little bit. So yes, PoE is interesting, and coming down to one is maybe the way to go. But honestly, this discussion is gone. This discussion is gone with AI and large language models. If you're still interested in CO2 efficiency of computer centers, maybe you should think of whole technologies and just stop them, because training large language models are consuming so much power. You mentioned this. Now we are 5, we're going up to 13 in 5 years. What the fuck? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used that word, but this is going in the completely wrong direction, which doesn't mean we should deviate the question. So for encryption, of course, this is taking a part of more compute power. I'm usually asking questions to my guys. Your data, if I give this data to a journalist, will he publish? Will he create reputational damage to us? Or I give it to an adversary, will he destroy us? If the answer is no and no, maybe that data is not as confidential as people believe. I understood your examples. There are a certain amount of data which is confidential. But sometimes we also exaggerate, and we think it's very, very important. But I've seen meeting minutes where people think, oh, that's highly confidential. And then you read the meeting minutes and you say, look here, the only guy who might be pissed off is me. And apart from this is not really confidential. So I think there we should also reflect again about what do we need to protect and not. This is what I'm looking always in, because the less I have to protect, the easier my job goes, without saying that I don't have anything to protect. I do this properly, but I also move things away which are not really worth protecting out of my scope.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And this is a great note to end on, and I want to thank all of our panelists for your very candid and open responses. So thank you, and join me in thanking our panelists.
And thank you to Julie as well for the excellent moderation. Well, when it comes to defense, our special agents were on task, and they found the culprit that took down our discussion for a second. It was that coffee machine right there. So we took it down, but don't worry, we have coffee, we have food. It is downstairs on the first floor. So right now, all I have to say to you is bon appetit and see you soon. Thank you.
Economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Rik City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Erik also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Erik has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Erik enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Erik's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Erik intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Erik does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Erik is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Rik City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Erik also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Erik has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Erik enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Erik's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Erik intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Erik does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Erik is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Rik City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Erik also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Erik has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Erik enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Erik's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Erik intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Erik does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Erik is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Rik City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Let's see why investors choose Latvia. Eric is an investor. He chose to invest in a Latvian company. Now he has obtained Riga Airport with more than 100 unique Air Baltic destinations, and Riga City as the air hub of the Baltic and potentially the entire northern region. Seaports with 80% relief for CIT, up to 100% property tax relief, and zero tax on reinvested profits. Modern and fast railway connection with the rest of Europe. Eric also got Class A production and office premises. Yes, even in the center of Riga at one of the best prices in Northern Europe. Quality of communication, high level of digitization, e-signature, and the ability to easily manage the company anywhere. Also on the list of benefits, Eric has additional business opportunities and talented people who know languages and want to innovate in close proximity. And yes, Eric enjoys Michelin-level restaurants, nice golfing in the morning, and cultural activities with a clean environment, untouched nature, and the longest beach in Europe. Eric's choice now becomes clear, because, armed with these abilities, Eric intends to expand his ambitious plans in the energy, transport, and knowledge-intensive businesses. Invest in Latvia and enjoy all the benefits, like Eric does. This is Latvia, a member of the EU and NATO with one of Europe's fastest-growing economies and rapidly growing foreign investments. Latvia. It's a runway from which ideas soar and travel with the winds of the world. And so it has been from the very start. Difficult times have shaped us, refining our ability to try out, to experiment, and ultimately, to see the value in both the simple and the complex. Whether it's snow and ice paving the way to brilliant victories, or cutting-edge military communication technologies safeguarding security and bridging connections across the globe, the people of Latvia infuse heart, creativity, and power into every string they touch. It's in our nature to be part of nature, embracing the challenges of today and tomorrow on a global scale, surprising others with our skills and determination. Where does our strength spring from? It comes from connecting eco-friendly with essential, traditional with futuristic technologies, craftsmanship with visionaries, voices with dance steps, and hard work with the sweet fruits of labor. We're right here, amidst forests, rivers, meadows, and the sea, determined to ascend towards the next accomplishments. Latvia, it's a playground for creative experimentation, a connector of worlds, always ready for new challenges. Restless in nature, united in mission. Mission Latvia. Every business requires a favorable place to flourish, like a seed that needs watering, like a plant needs the sun. We in Latvia have grown to know that sustainable innovation has no limit. And that's not just because we're one of the greenest countries in the world. Latvia is a member state of the world's most powerful military alliance, NATO and the European Union. It's the EU's third greatest renewable energy consumer, with the second most competitive tax system in the OECD countries. But it's the people that achieve the impossible. We're both dreamers and doers, with profound experience in software development, AI, automation, and robotics. Among us, you'll find restless minds keen on developing mission-driven, deep tech ecosystems. As one of the world's leading players in the development, manufacture, and supply of optical fibers, and as a beacon of biomedicine with organs on a chip, Latvia has more than meets the eye, and it's bustling with ideas. This is where the world of innovation meets. With direct flights to more than 100 cities worldwide, Latvia has the biggest airport in the Baltics. So if you're thinking sustainable innovations, think Latvia.
The SNS ICE project is the ambassador of the SNS-JU, creating synergies and fostering collaboration among European and global stakeholders, working on the development and validation of future 6G smart networks and services. It positions SNS-JU activities and achievements in major European, vertical and global forums, engaging stakeholders from industry, academia, SMEs and associations.
6G is crucial for enhancing Europe's competitiveness and technological sovereignty, but also improving the future business environments and our daily life. In order to achieve this goal, Europe should heavily invest in building and designing future communication networks and smart services.
The Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking is tasked with funding, facilitating and promoting European research and innovation for future connectivity systems. To accomplish these ambitious results, the SNS ICE project works on several fronts. Promote international collaboration for 6G smart networks and services, fostering strategic synergies with international actors. Promote collaboration among European stakeholders originating from SNS-JU projects, national initiatives, and EU member states. Map European 6G KPIs to those of other regions, identify commonalities and differences in the respective stakeholders' 6G vision, and promote a common European front on 6G use case prioritization. Engage with key vertical industries through established associations to identify their requirements, analyze their respective needs and roadmaps, and create a tracking tool mapping relevant SNS-JU use cases perform surveys, and critically analyze input from multiple heterogeneous sources to establish the global, European and vertical priorities in 6G and inform the community via relevant publication and dissemination actions, develop policy recommendations, and implement a strategic promotion program to ensure effective dissemination.
The 5G Data Hub presents relevant data and metrics tailored to the unique needs and priorities of different actors in the field of 5G and 6G. The tool aims to track 5G development across the Nordic-Baltic region, highlight innovative uses of 5G technology, and enhance cross-border collaboration by connecting stakeholders. Type in nordregioprojects.org/digihub and click on the data dashboard. The dashboard shows 5G coverage and 5G activities like innovations and testbeds. You can switch between the views by clicking on the icon. You can also zoom in and out using the scroll button and click on different activities to learn more. In the upper right corner of the map, you can choose to filter by country, urbanization degree, and % of household covered. To the right, there is a search function where you can type in a keyword, like drones. If we have a look at the right corner in the top, you'll find the menu. The 5G Analytics section page offers a clear comparative overview, allowing you to select and compare multiple countries. Here you can access the information coming from our 5G survey and get an overview of main vendors, 5G application development stages, types of networks, industry verticals, main operators, and 5G application cases technology. You can also learn more about 5G coverage analytics and filter it. Further down in the menu, you find the National Indicators section. Here you see the indicators specific to the Nordic-Baltic region from the Mobile Market DESI tool about 5G mobile broadband coverage and 5G spectrum. Additionally, you can access national reports in the menu and learn more about the 5G status for the country chosen. Discover things like commercial operators, rollout indicators, challenges and strengths, interesting initiatives and main verticals, 5G applications, and testbeds. Also notice that you can download the data.
Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tietoevry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tietoevry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tietoevry's corporate finances, because Tietoevry Riga houses the Tietoevry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
Digital twins are digital copies of real-world phenomena. They are powerful modeling tools that provide the means to predict and address vital topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, and geophysical hazards. Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, NOCOS DT, models the key sea ice impact sectors in the Nordic and Baltic regions. It contributes to the Global Climate Change Information System and Destination Earth, a digital model of the whole world. Sea ice is an opportunity, but also bears risks and hazards by making some areas inaccessible. Funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, NOCOS DT uses digital twin technology to produce climate diagnostics to inform decision makers. NOCOS DT enhances 6 high-technology tools and solutions, bringing sea ice research and predictions to the next level. The Ship Navigation Risk Indicator to improve information on navigability. An analysis tool to diagnose the time period for landfast ice in present and future climates. Accurate and reliable data on rigid ice probability to improve winter navigation, increase safety at sea, and conduct efficient risk assessment for maritime operations. Improved knowledge, regular monitoring and prediction of the marginal ice zone in the Nordic seas by providing locations, weekly evolution, and statistics. Marine spatial planning to pilot how the climate's models data can be utilized in marine spatial planning platforms. And discrete element model-based computer code suitable for high-performance computing to simulate sea ice. These Nordic Cryosphere solutions will become a part of the digital model of the world.
My name is Linda, and I'm leading the think tank Cyberbridge Forum that has its focus on cybersecurity skilling, talent development, and building communities. For the last 2 days, we have had 35 members gathered from all over the Nordic and Baltic countries. What is common for them all is that they're passionate, they're knowledgeable, and they're motivated to make a difference within cybersecurity. And I'm completely sure that we will make a difference because we can be able to collaborate across borders, do much more knowledge sharing, and actually make a huge difference by working together.
I think that the Cyberbridge Forum fills an important gap because we're all small countries with limited resources, and cybersecurity is a big topic that covers several disciplines.
The think tank has been a great way to meet colleagues from the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries. And I see their experiences in other countries which are more advanced in this area that we need to address in Sweden, so we can learn from. But also, no one has solutions for all the problems that we see. And there we can collaborate, coming up with curricula, for instance, for problems and issues and solutions.
I think we're in an emergency. I think a lot of people in the cybersecurity community are basically saying the cyber war has already begun. And I would say that's probably true. And I think it's also important to have this kind of forum where people like me who actually come from the sort of tech community can talk to people who don't and in some sense see the wide gap and think about ways to bridge it.
In 3 minutes, we will start the session Digital Innovation Ecosystems, cultivating funding for innovation and empowering European industry on policy and strategy stage. And session Remote Control and Reduced Manning in Shipping using 5G and ROC on Innovation and Technology stage. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to Tech-Archery Innovation and Technology stage. I hope you've had a great lunch. I hope the coffee's kicked in and you are ready for the final 2 sessions on our stage today. And the next one is actually the one that I am personally looking forward to the most because it has a lot of promise. Before we deep dive into the topic, I just want to remind that we have to keep in our time frame. So we have 45 plus 5, 50 minutes, but I will help with that. My second task is to facilitate questions from the audience. So if you have any questions here, we do have a microphone. If you are watching us online, please type the questions in the comment section and I will help translate them to you if necessary when the moderator sees fit. But the next topic, as announced earlier, bless you, sir, bless you. Is maritime and digital technology, the evolution of maritime technology. And of course, this evolution demands for safer, more efficient, digitally connected operations as we move forward. And from my perspective as a tech enthusiast, maritime industry keeps on surprising us with autonomous ships, with autonomous shipyards. And from one point of view, it seems that human involvement is needed less and less, but that may not be so. We will definitely see. That is where remote operating centers come in, opening up opportunities for improved safety, lower costs, operational efficiency. But who am I to talk about this? We have a wonderful moderator that is returning to our stage yet again this year. We're happy to see him all the way from the United Kingdom, the founder and director of On the Ley Line Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Mr. Rob Watson. All right, Rob, take it away.
Thank you, Aldis. That's a bit over the top, but thank you very much. Pleasure to see so many people here. I think before we start, I'd just like each of the panelists to introduce themselves. I'm conscious of the time because we're going to have the big red timer up there. So if we can limit it to a couple of minutes each, and starting at the far end, Mac.
Brilliant. So my name's John McDonald, or Mac. I am the head of the Marine Operations Group for PML, I forgot where I work there, Plymouth Marine Laboratory, and that's a scientific research charity in Plymouth. I'm basically, as the title says, I'm in charge of all the operations on the water. So whether that be the autonomy whether that be the crewed vessels. So a real mix of responsibilities there. I mainly deal with the operations, so for me, it's just ensuring that everything happens safely and that, you know, however hard we're pushing technology, everyone comes home in one piece. So that's me.
Thanks, Mac. Andre?
I'm Andre Burgess. I'm the partnerships lead for the Assured Autonomy Programme at National Physical Laboratory. So National Physical Laboratory, or NPL, is a government-owned lab. We are the UK's National Metrology Institute, so we manage the measurement standards, the SI units. But our main focus is to do a huge amount of research around that and develop the UK's scientific and metrology capabilities in this area. That's particularly important because that enables us to develop sort of the testing and evaluation methods and standards for emerging technologies, including things like quantum, AI, also do a lot of work in future communications, and obviously we deliver time for the UK, so that's a particularly important piece of critical national infrastructure. For Assured Autonomy, our focus is twofold. Firstly is how we develop or support the development of the novel and innovative test methods and infrastructure to assure autonomous systems, but also how we ensure that the infrastructure in the UK is fit for purpose, and also helping develop new standards around that.
Thanks, Andre. Kelly?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kelly Santos. I'm with the Fisheries and Marine Institute from Memorial University of Newfoundland. We're located on the very east coast of Canada, and I'm happy to say this is my first time at the event. It's been fantastic, so thank you for the invitation, and thank you to the organizers. At the Marine Institute, we conduct training, education programs, and research and development, all of which are very much applied. So we work with industry very closely to produce tangible results that our industry partners and our networks can integrate into their operations safely and efficiently and sustainably for our oceans. My role with the Institute is the director of our Ocean Innovation Center called The Launch. It's a facility located just outside of St. John's, on the edge of the water in a small community called Holyrood. It's a safe, controlled, calibrated environment, but it's very much a real-world environment. Near Arctic conditions, harsh North Atlantic. It's what the Canadian federal government likes to call a living lab. So what we've done over the last 15 years is invested in this facility. We have the infrastructure, the technology, and the technical expertise to develop tangible solutions for our ocean sectors. And we like to brag a little bit that if it will work in Holyrood, if it will work there, it will work just about anywhere.
Excellent.
Thanks for having me.
Ansys.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ansis Zeltinš. I'm Chief Executive of Freeport Authority of Riga. We are practical people, and I would say we have put our fingers, even fingertips, into this digital ocean of autonomy, together with our partners and with our friends. I should say that this is absolutely new territory for us, and most probably quite many involved in shipping and port business. But it's also clear that in order for nice and sustainable future with a best technology, and also as a ports, as transport hubs, in order to be competitive, this is the must thing and direction we should go. So yeah, we some things we are being involved is kind of the fuzzy, so we are not. It's not absolutely clear where it's gonna take us. Some are more practical, but we definitely see that this is a future also for the port and port operators in order to be effective for future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ansis. Artis?
So hello, everyone. So my name is Arturs Lindenbergs, Head of Innovations at LMT, which is, I would say, the biggest MNO or mobile network operator in Baltic states. So many of us about us think that we are just providing the data services and possibility to call between the phones, etc. But at least it's not about us. For approximately 10 years, we are deep diving in different verticals. So, and in maritime, when we started collaboration with Riga Freeport and the LVR fleet, so we started with the question, is it possible to provide the 5G connectivity at sea? So for today, we know it's possible. So we have demonstrated. We had really good demo in mid of July, and so let's proceed with the technologies, how we can create completely new use cases.
Excellent. Thanks, everyone. So the focus of the panel today is largely around remote operations, as the title suggests. However, that only forms one part of the overall sort of area of marine autonomy. Andre, I'd like to ask you about the wider work that MPL is doing in that particular space, just to set the scene from an international perspective.
Well, I mean, firstly, the nice thing is we're actually working with everyone in some shape or form who's on this panel. We have worked with to some degree. But more importantly, as I mentioned, we have an assured autonomy program, and it's very about that assured bit. We don't do the development of the autonomous systems or the operation. But what we've done, we work mainly across the transport or mobility sector at this stage, mainly because that's a very major use case, and it involves a lot of safety critical issues, which is where we're more focused. The second part of that, we are working a lot in land, but not rail. As people point out, land does include rail, and everyone says, why not rail? We work mainly on self-driving vehicles, again, a lot of safety critical issues there. Work in aviation, again, low-level airspace, but maritime has been really our major focus over the last 2.5 years. And that's involved developing a partnership and a consortium with a number of organisations in the UK, including Plymouth Marine Lab and the University of Plymouth, who run the Centre for Coastal Autonomy, as well as Lloyd's Register, UK Hydrographic, Met Office, and other organisations as well. What we're doing with that is we've set up a programme of work called the Maritime Autonomy Assurance Testbed. It's not in itself developing a testbed. It is looking at how you use test beds and test environments to develop the evidence to build an assurance framework, and one which is usable and reliable. And that's the most important thing, because at the moment there are a lot of barriers, whether it's regulatory or cost of testing, etc., which makes it very hard. This requires a lot of cutting-edge science, a lot of innovation. It's not, you can't just use the existing tools. There are some existing tools you can use. So our whole focus is what are those bits of innovation that we need to help develop. So MPL in that is doing some of the work itself, particularly around the metrics. The new metrics required, but a lot of our role is also coordinating and convening, and what that leads us on to is how we collaborate internationally. And we have had a lot of success, so we've started collaborating with Canada and Latvia. We also have a lot of collaboration in development or underway out in places like Singapore, Japan, and Korea. And the reason I mention that, these are very different maritime use cases for both autonomy and remote operations. Some are driven by demographic challenges, Japan and Korea, particularly aging workforce. Some are driven by the fact they have a very large high-value asset like Singapore Port, and others have major use cases with offshore infrastructure, fisheries, etc., a bit like the UK as well.
Mm-hmm. And with regard to engaging with the programme, it's an open communication type thing that you're looking at.
We talk to everyone. Obviously, we're finite in resource, so that sometimes that takes a bit longer than other times. But we are very open. So, and also, it's not just about the autonomy or the remote operations. This does cross over into everything to do with future smart shipping, because the digitalization is doing two things. Firstly, it's creating a whole new requirement in terms of energy budgets and capacity, etc., but also trustworthiness and decision making. And a lot of those decisions are being taken away from humans.
Yeah.
How can we be confident in those decisions going forward?
Excellent. Okay, so if we focus back on the core ROC area, and this is a question for Mac, obviously ROCs are part of the overall MAT strategy. It's a fundamental building block. And there was some partnership work earlier this year between the UK, Canada, and Latvia specifically, really to look at creating recommendations for a standardized ROC infrastructure. Could you maybe summarize for the audience the main findings of that joint work?
Yeah, sure. Just to put that in perspective a little bit of the work that was done. It was three-day workshops in essence, and we basically travelled to each of these countries, went in each other's places of work to understand individual challenges, if you like, and then kind of put our heads together in 3 separate workshops to come up with, to do some problem solving and looking at the way ahead. If we truly want to put this into action rather than just talking about it, there was some serious work to be done. So a report was finalised, the final report from those 3 workshops. It had, it explained the work that was done, and ultimately it came out with some conclusions and some recommendations. And those recommendations, I'm sure most of you have heard it this morning. One word that stands out is standardisation, and that was exactly what was said in the report. It was all about standardisation, and there was 4 recommendations, that approached that. And to me, it makes perfect sense, because with the standardisation, it's hard enough to ask all these different comms systems, to do as we ask without us moving the goalpost, so to speak. We keep changing our requirements. It changes for our partners, it changes in the environment. There are so many variables. So if we can make that easier, we can do that by employing standards amongst us all. So that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 less variables. That is going to make that communications piece that much easier. So the 4 things that came from that report then, the 4 recommendations, were about standardizing hardware, software, data protocols, and remote operating procedures for the ROC. So the first one, hardware, should be pretty simple. It's just ensuring that every ROC is capable in the same way, that they can all do the same thing. So if you're asking another ROC to perform a task, it's got the right equipment to do so. So that should be an easy win. And that's the first one that needs to be put in place. Bear in mind the end product here, what we're looking for is handovers between international ROCs. So take, for instance, a boat sailing from Plymouth heading out to Canada. UK is in charge of it for half the trip, and then when it moves over, perhaps it gets halfway and Latvia wants to take over, and their ROC is in command of that, and then finally handing over to Canada for its transit in to Hollywood. Those transitions need to be seamless. Think about how air traffic control do it. It needs to be one of those kind of things. It needs to be, because if you get it wrong, if you lose communications with that boat, then that becomes a risk to the other water users. So by standardizing, putting those 4 standards in, you're going to ensure there's less chance of that happening. So the equipment is the easy win. And that there's already work being put in place to enable that. The second one then, software. I remember my own standards here. Software, that one is going to take a little bit longer. If you can imagine, each of these providers that currently run ROCs have their own individual software, individual to their platforms, and they're all, unfortunately, you can be locked out of these other software. So it's very difficult for me to operate my ROC and run someone else's boat when I don't have their software. So this software needs to be standardized to enable interoperability between different platforms. You then obviously got the data protocols. Now this one, you can't underestimate that task. That is way bigger than what this project is, and it's something that we'll be looking towards working on in the future. But that, that is really quite complex, and therefore, something to aim for rather than something that's going to be achieved in the near future. That is. And then finally, something that you can work out from day one, but will need tweaking all the way up until the end, is the operating procedures for the ROC. So how we drive a boat, how we approach hazards, even simple things like coal regs, is ensuring that all the ROCs are doing the same. We're all going to react in exactly the same way in these risky situations. So this should all culminate in a live demonstration in the near future, where I hope at least 3 of those 4 standards will be in place for us to take this forward.
Excellent, thanks, Mac. And I think we're just waiting for the final elements for that report. And I think the idea is that it will be available for people to study and look at and all of that sort of stuff. I think the other point is that this is really phase 1 of a program that's probably going to run for a number of years. So, and it's not exclusive to Canada, UK, and Latvia. It's very much about looking at globalized standards. As part of that, Artis, just turning to the communication systems, what are the main challenges of implementing a suitable system at sea is the first part of the question. You touched on it on your intro. And is that purely based on 5G, or are there elements of satellite comms as well?
Yeah, to provide the 5G connectivity at sea level, it's a really challenging task because for us, for MNOs, it's quite simple and understandable how you can deploy the network on the land. You just build base stations, calculate the interferences, etc. But the maritime connectivity and the network at the sea level is all the time dynamics. It means that if we are deploying the 5G base stations and private networks on the ships all the time changing their location, etc. So we need to provide the predictive quality for the end users. In this case, ships, buoys, drones, etc. And I think it's only one step of the challenge. The second one is we had some 1 year or one and a half year ago, we had a discussion with one ferry company, and the demand for today is already 1.6 gigabits per second to provide the connectivity. So how we can do it if it's impossible to do it only with the 5G or only with the satellites? That's why we started to dig in these 2 years ago how we can join these technologies. So it means we have developed the concept that actually, as we call it, FreeLink concept. The ship could get the connectivity from the shore, but again, MNOs should change the mindset that they're building network not only for land, but we should switch the base station to the sea as well. It's the first step. The second one is how we can provide the connectivity between the ships. And ships, as I mentioned, these will be like a private networks with the base stations, etc. So it means we are starting to create like a multi-hopping between the ships to provide the next step for connectivity. And the third is satellites. And many rumors are that satellites are competing with the 5G, but it's not so. We should look towards and change our mindset that actually the satellites and 5G can work together. In one case, it could be like a backup for backhauling. In the second case, actually, it could be like additional technology on top of that. But what is most important, the question is not about the technology only, it's about the use case. And for example, with the ROC, it gives like a huge challenge to provide the SLA that it really will work. And we should think about not only about the one link, for example, 5G or satellite, but about the redundancy. For example, if the one link will drop, what's happening next? So I would say that 5G and satellites, of course, will be like a joint technologies in the future.
Are they at the moment, or is there seamless handover from one to the next, or is that something that's potentially being developed?
It's possible. It's possible to do it for today. This is a concept that we have developed, but we should take a next step, because at the moment you're just switching between the links, but as we see it, for example, if the ship will be connected to the satellite, 5G, and some other technology, we should understand how we can steer this traffic between the links. It doesn't mean that we are using just one of them, but it gives an opportunity to cover this demand for 1.6, 2 gigs, 3 gigs in the future, but to provide the real seamless connectivity based on the SLAs.
Excellent. Okay, thanks for that, Artis. Kelly, moving on to Canada. Sure. It's a pleasure to have you here, first of all. If we look at ROC operations and marine autonomy as two main focus areas here, is there anything that's specific to Canada in those two areas that you want to highlight? And the second part of that is, with those, are there any other challenges to be considered in your view over and above what we've already mentioned? So it's quite a broad sort of question, that, I guess.
Broad, but I think it's really relevant. So there's a couple of, I think, key challenge areas that are a bit unique to Canada, and they have to do with our environment. So they have to do with our geography. Canada is a very large country. We have the second largest coastline in the world, and when you look at the environments around that coastline, when you look at the diversity in the geography across our country, it's very challenging. So from where we're located on the east coast of Canada, we're on the edge of the North Atlantic. It's a very harsh environment. It's very unforgiving. So even within our own operating environment. We have challenges with performance, with communications infrastructure, just based on our very geography and the topography of where we live. If you move along the coast into the north, with climate change, shipping lanes and passageways are opening up in our north, but coverage areas are very limited. You know, the majority of Canada's cellular network is very much focused on its urban areas. That's where most of its population is. You know, from a business case perspective, that makes a lot of sense. But from, you know, the case of people living in rural areas, from an ocean monitoring and I guess our maritime sectors, from those perspectives, there's very limited infrastructure and there's limited capacity in many different areas along our coastline. And so from our perspective, that's actually one of the driving forces of why we've entered into the remote operations field. It's the result of working with our industry partners and recognizing these challenges and trying to address them in lockstep with our partners. The other challenge is in our environment. So when you look at demonstrating technology and integrating that technology into operations, it really needs to be able to stand up to the test. And so when you look at ocean technology, I guess in a general way, when you look at how quickly technology is evolving, and we've seen so much of that over the last couple of days, the technology itself is fantastic, but the application is very different. And so that's a huge role that we play as well, and a huge kind of driving force for us to move into remote operations and to partner with other organizations around the world, is to really be able to put that technology to the test, to demonstrate different applications, and to be able to provide that evidence-based research that's going to inform our regulators and to help drive the regulatory frameworks and the further development of regulatory frameworks. So definitely some challenges from a geographical perspective, but I think what it's resulted in is conversations and partnerships, which we're demonstrating here to learn from each other. What we bring to this table and what we bring to this partnership is Canadian perspectives that I think are a little bit unique, but that other organizations can take into consideration, which is really one of the reasons that we all came together, is to learn from each other.
Excellent. Thanks, Kelly. Obviously, we're focused primarily on marine autonomy here, ANSYS. But are there other areas of ports and marine operations that would benefit from an overall ROC system?
Yeah, as I mentioned, as for a port or practical people, some of these things are still a bit fuzzy. So that means that, yeah, we have put our fingertips in the digital ocean. But definitely, I mean, port is not just a maritime. At least, maritime port is not just a maritime. First of all, port is intermodal transportation hub at the wider or the smaller stage, depending on the port, but still. So that means that classically it's railroad and maritime, and all of these transportation modes. I think also, if looking towards the future, will have definite autonomy. Okay, looking on the cars, and some are in science fiction still. Some Mr. Musk is already saying that it's operational. Something you may see also on the rail, at least in airports where autonomous railway operations happen. So autonomous vehicles in container terminals is also not, I mean, it's not the science fiction, it's absolute reality. But all these things will become more and more. And also I think one big aspect whenever we talk about the port, there are quite a number of small things. I mean, here we're talking like remote ship operation, you know, looking towards the future, like ship sailing from Riga to Halifax, crossing the ocean at a bigger scale. But there are a number, and those most probably will be the first and also most tangible things and realistic things in the ports, which happens and which might be automized already at this point of time. Some are done already. Also in Riga, we are And it's not about only the drones flying on doing surveillance, which is also not anymore a science fiction, but it's also different floating and even submersible things which helps providing different services within the port, different measurements, different assistance functions, which previously was done by one or another vessel or size of the vessel, which was operated by a crew, where most of the function was just operating a vehicle. And this is quite first of all, commercial, financial benefit, and it's also operational benefit. It provides much more flexibility in the things what you are doing. And I think this is at least how we in a port are looking towards that. Different ports have moved slightly maybe different direction. Particularly in Riga, I think what we see at the water level, all internal port operations at some point, most probably, I don't know, tugboat assistance, for instance, definitely pilotage has a thing, because first of all, its safety aspect is dangerous. So coming out on a boat in a rough weather, boarding a vessel, or disembarking from a vessel, it's a dangerous thing. And that is a part which definitely could be automated. And then it comes to what my colleague said, question to the seamless transition, let's say, exchange of data, because it's also the fact with automation, the volumes of the data needs to be transferred becomes more and more, and that's inevitable. I mean, even if you look on our smartphone, so it's not becoming bigger, but different brains in the phone are becoming more and more sophisticated and needs more possibility to transfer data.
Okay, brilliant answers. So just wanted to pick up on something you said, Kelly. This is actually for the panel as a whole to answer. There's no specific person to answer it. One thing that's been a common issue every time I've come here to do these types of conversations is regulations. So it's a kind of an open question, and it's a bit of a curveball for everybody on the panel, I think. But where are we actually at with regulations with regard to marine autonomy at this point?
Mac answer the detail
for
the UK on that one. But I'm going to... there's a lot of school of thinking that says, oh, the regulation's holding everything up. But there is a good reason why the regulations are there and the way they do things the way they are. And there's also another school of thought that actually the regulations aren't necessarily the problem.
Yeah.
Let's not forget, in the maritime space, a lot of the regulations started several hundred years ago, very paper-based, based on wooden ships, etc. They come out of some very clear lines of thinking around safety at sea, etc. And chains of responsibility and those types of things. And taking people off ships who are meant to be in control presents a huge, huge challenge for that. So there is an onus on the technology developers also to demonstrate to the regulators that they're fit for purpose. And that's one of the challenges, I think. I know there's a lot of people who say the regulation's just a barrier. It's not. And another reason I point to is that even with very small remotely operated vessels, which might seem there's no safety hazard, if there was no regulation, you might find 10,000 of these in the water and suddenly that's a hazard. So the regulation is there mostly for a very good reason. But what I will say before I hand over to Mac to talk about the specifics is that I forgot my change of thought there, frankly. I'll hand over to Mac on that one.
We can come back to it, Andre, it's fine.
Thank you, Andre. So, where is the UK? Okay, so the MCA and Department for Transport, they're obviously, they're the ones that put out the legislation for the UK. And what they've decided to do is focus on the vessels under 24 metres. So a lot of the USVs and the autonomy, there's not many that are above that limit. So at the moment, the easiest way was to try and mirror existing regulation for manned vessels, and they've tried to do that to a degree with autonomy. The problem is square peg, round hole. It's not always going to fit, and that's where we're meeting some of those challenges. So the regulation that's come out, the problem being is that gap between 1 and 24 meters is quite evident when you look at the regulation. So, and rightly so, they've gone straight in heavy at the upper end of the scale. Okay, what's the worst case scenario? A 24 meter uncrewed vessel in our harbours that's lost control. That's worst case scenario. How do we avoid that? And that's where a whole bunch of measures have been put in place that each of these operators must have on their vessels to ensure that that never happens. The problem being is the vast majority of local operators, and certainly the innovators, their vessels are well below 10 meters. I think 7 meters is the average length overall of a lot of these vessels. And the real issue we have is the requirements that the legislation puts out we're physically unable to meet. Technology hasn't quite met that yet. So there's a real balance as to what's too much and what's too little. Take for instance these 7 meter, 5 meter vessels, they're there to do survey. Once they've got all their survey payload on, to then get all the additional layers and redundancies that the MCA will ask for, you physically can't fit it on the vessel, and it then needs to be quite a bit larger to encompass that. And this legislation has come out a little bit after everyone's built, so to speak. So they were kind of chasing their tail a little bit. So a lot of these operators, they built, or the designs were put out when there was no legislation. So they built it, they've done their R&D on it, they want to go and use it commercially now to regain some of those costs. And the problem being is the legislation's turned up and they don't fit. So we're now at the point, I'll give credit where it's due to the MCA and the other bodies that put in the legislation. They are now conversing quite heavily with us as stakeholders as to how we can change this. So they are very slowly starting to, I won't say make exceptions. There's always been a process where you can put in a safety case and you can get your vessel through that load line exemption. Albeit, it's quite a difficult process. They're now looking at broader exemptions like MGN 702 that allows vessels, say for instance, under 2.5 meters, can now operate much more freely with a much smaller requirement to do that legally. They're now looking at something termed minimass, and I think at the moment they're looking at a limit of around, I think it's 4.5 meters, which is not quite where we want to be. But again, we don't want to, we still need legislation. We still need these things put in place to protect all the users, but also the other water users out there. But at the same time, it's got to be workable. What we don't want is to strangle innovation within the UK and potentially, send it to other places where perhaps that grasp isn't quite so tight. So it's an ongoing process. There's a number of other projects that are being developed at the moment to assist with this. Take, for instance, there's a MRIF project. Now I've got to remember what that means. Marine Regulated Innovation Framework. In effect, I should have just said it, it's a sandbox, it's a test bed, and that's what we're looking to do. We're hoping to work with the MCA to develop a framework that enables R&D testing of certain vessels to gain the evidence for those safety cases to get them legally through that process. So it is a little painful in places, but it's to be expected. And everyone's working quite well together and quite hard to make sure that we can get as many vessels through as safely as possible.
Excellent. Andre, have you remember what you were going to say?
It was that wonderful word standards, but not just standards. So we work with the regulators across transport, not just in maritime. And one of the things that they really look for is good evidence.
Yeah.
But that evidence needs to be standardized, otherwise it's very hard to interpret the evidence. So standards, the right types of standards, particularly standard on things like taxonomies as well and vocabularies to start with, and good quality evidence will really help because that will shape how regulation evolves in this space.
Okay. And Kelly, just touching on Canada again, is it a similar situation there?
Very similar. Yeah, so the Canadian landscape is very similar. So we work with the federal government, Transport Canada. I think you described it best, the cat chasing its tail a little bit. Very much focused on larger platforms. Having said that, kind of as an interim measure, there is an application process for the smaller platforms. And to echo Andre's comments, it's often seen as onerous, or it's seen as a barrier, or it's seen as stifling innovation, as Max said. But it's necessary. You know, when you look at an environment like the launch, like Holyrood Bay, it's not St. John's Harbour, it's not Halifax Harbour, but there's still commercial fisheries, recreational boaters. There's still a fairly significant amount of activity there, and for us just to be able to put our platforms in the water, we need to do our due diligence, and so, you know, that application process is very necessary. We are playing a similar role in that we see the need for that sandbox. We see the need for the test bed that cuts down on some of that administrative burden, makes it easier for technology developers to put their platforms in the water, to do that demonstration a lot more quickly, and to produce that evidence-based research that the federal government needs to inform policy. And so we're actually undergoing a process with the federal government to establish our waters and our facility as a designated test zone for that purpose. We really see ourselves as playing a key role in helping to shape policy for that reason. And a key aspect of that is the work that we're doing with remote operations, being able to demonstrate that through standardized remote operations, we can effectively monitor and effectively operate these platforms is absolutely, it's crucial to moving this whole space forward. So.
Excellent, thank you. Ansis, I guess the same question around Latvia. I'm assuming it's going to be a similar answer.
Yeah, on the regulation, that's most probably not the direct question to me, but knowing the system, I would say I would split it in two parts. And as my colleagues mentioned, while we are talking about something small, whatever that small is, but at the level of, let's say, to my mind, floating drones, which perform one or another auxiliary operation, I think in most cases it will fit with a national regulation, and then it depends from country to country, so how and what strict from the point of liability and operations they are going to be. The biggest challenge will start whenever we're going to talk about kind of the autonomous ships starting carrying people or cargo and going on international trade, because then we start about liability, international law, standardization, and whenever politicians, policy, and lawyers are getting involved, so then it becomes complicated. Yeah. And I think that's the biggest challenge, because like, take very simple thing, how many electric plugs, types of electric plugs do we have in Europe? At least 3. Yeah. And it's already nearly a century, okay, not a century, but close to that, and it's not being standardized. Yeah. And how many years took USB-C to become a standard on a phone, which is a simple thing, was developed years ago. Yeah. And I think that's the most complicated thing, and that's, I think, the standardization, at least in, I would say also in shipping, it goes way beyond, way behind the practical development of technology.
Excellent. Artis, anything to add to that from your side?
Yes, I can maybe split the standardization and regulation in several parts, but I can comment on communication, because there is regulation on rock, regulation on maritime, connectivity, cybersecurity, etc., so on. But if we are talking about the communications, then for today we are speaking about the 6G for the future. It will be in 2030. Who knows what will happen in 2030? We can just imagine. The same was with the 5G. When these standards was developed in 2018, 2019, I think, if I'm not mistaken, then who could imagine that actually the 5G could be possible to deploy on the Baltic Sea level? So nobody. And I would like to say that we can't regulate and standardize what we don't know. That's why there are two parts. Regulation can push the technology, or technology can push the regulation, but we should find the middle way. Yeah. That's why we should join the forces with the maritime industry, communications industry, etc., so on, and take a decision what is next. Yeah. So not to wait for something that will shoot out and then try to figure out how to regulate it.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I guess the takeaway on all of this is collaboration is key. It's not just the specific technology areas, it's also the geographies that are involved. So I guess the takeaway is standardization is where we want to get to, but that is an open conversation. So Aldis, I think we finished with the questions here. Have we got any questions from the audience or online?
Yes, we're going to give you the opportunity to ask questions. Before that, we're going to put up a QR code on the screen where you can evaluate this talk right now. Give us a mark, give us some feedback so we improve for the next events to follow. That is number one task for my side. But do we have any questions in the audience? A lot of invested people. There's a question right there, maybe on this side. Let's start with you. Hello, what's your name and your question?
Kevin Collis. It's a question about the port. So you're clearly being focused on supporting the activities to do autonomy in the port. When do you need to start making a profit out of autonomy for it to be something that will be supported longer term?
Maybe never. But no, of course, on the practical side, it was to me, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, on the practical side, as I mentioned, some of the things for us seems to be fuzzy, so that means that on the practical side, you not always see the practical return, so whether we're going to do that in the practical operations in the port. But we also clearly understand that without that, we will never ever get a touch, or at least as a first movers, to the technology and innovation. And I would say that and I mentioned that already, at least in Riga, and it's also nothing specific. Also, other ports are using more or less the same technologies. I mean, we use remote-operated floating vehicle, let's say, for hydrographic measurement, which before was, and we still are using our hydrographic vessel. So it's first of all expensive asset. It needs a crew. It needs shifts of the crew, and that all costs money. For floating drone, we don't need a crew. We can put it in a trunk of the truck. We can bring it everywhere we want to. So we don't need all the vessel-related dry docks and all the things like that. So, and that's a pure economic efficiency thing. Some, like whenever we talk about 5G at sea, we see the benefits as the theory. How it's gonna turn out, it's another question.
Okay.
All right, any more questions in the audience? Yes, there's one.
Well, thank you. Very interesting debate. So my question is to all of you. My name is Yanis. Sorry. Actually, what will be the next step? What do you think? What is the next step for collaborate and standardize all this what we talking about? Because we have some technology in place. We have a demand from industry. What will be a next step? Thank you.
Andre, do you maybe want to pick that up to start with?
Working. Building the evidence is very important here. So doing the right type of research, and that's where international collaboration helps. We do the right type of research and we can demonstrate correlation, compatibility. That leads to things like standards, but it gives confidence to industry that they develop something. It's not going to work in just one place, but in lots of places and be used there. I think that's a very important component of international collaboration.
Any other?
Just to add to that, I think that the diversity in the partners that are here on the stage, and we're all individually working with other entities around the world, I think that is really going to create much more robust evidence at the end of the day. Different use cases, different environments, different challenges. Sharing that information, the knowledge exchange alone it's incredibly valuable and will help shape a much more robust, I think, standardization at the end of this process, or as we move forward. I don't know where it ends.
I was going to just echo what Kelly was just saying there, that we need to keep this partnership going and let it grow, whether that is bringing in new partners or whatever that looks like in the future, but expanding our knowledge and sharing each other's experiences. So physically getting the vessels in the water and making a reality what we've just been talking about. So it's already been done to a degree, but to go ahead and, to push it to the extremes and to move it forward at pace with technology. So like we said, we don't know what it's going to look like in 2030. So who knows what we're going to be talking about at that point. But if we can maintain, these working groups, these friendships that we've got now, we're going to be in a better place to deal with those challenges.
I don't see any raised hands right now. I have a question here. If ships and remote control centers become digital, will pirates be able to take over a ship from a living room sofa?
Who wants to pick that one?
Digital pirates, I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. No, my point. It's already now. I mean, it's nothing to do with automation. I would say already now. I think the security of data and the communication channels is absolutely paramount for ports and maritime, and I think that only will be evolving. So, if something can be developed, then something can be also hacked. So it's like if there's the bank, there's a possibility to rob it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Mac.
I think it's worth adding that it needs to be proportional. If the pirate takes over a 2-meter survey vessel, what's it going to do with it? Not a lot.
How's it going to take it over?
Well, exactly. But the cybersecurity, say, for a 100-meter vessel that's doing autonomous logistics, that's going to be far more advanced than anything, on that smaller scale. So it's with all these measures, it's got to be proportional. So, yeah, I don't think the pirate is going to take the 100-meter vessel, but if he does take the smaller one, he's not really going to be able to do much with it, so to speak. But from the living room, that's perfectly possible. We do that already. Not with the pirating bit.
Your spare room, as you said.
Yeah, my spare room. Yeah.
All right, well, that's it from my side. No more questions here. If we don't see any raised hand, then I want your hands to be put together for a round of applause to our amazing panel and our moderator, Rob Watson. Thank you very much for that. We are continuing on this stage in a couple of minutes at 2:30 with 5G for high-risk sectors and development. So please do stick with us for the last session. For now, I say goodbye and see you soon.
The SNS ICE project is the ambassador of the SNS-JU, creating synergies and fostering collaboration among European and global stakeholders, working on the development and validation of future 6G smart networks and services. It positions SNS-JU activities and achievements in major European, vertical and global forums, engaging stakeholders from industry, academia, SMEs and associations.
6G is crucial for enhancing Europe's competitiveness and technological sovereignty, but also improving the future business environments and our daily life. In order to achieve this goal, Europe should heavily invest in building and designing future communication networks and smart services.
The Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking is tasked with funding, facilitating and promoting European research and innovation for future connectivity systems. To accomplish these ambitious results, the SNS ICE project works on several fronts. Promote international collaboration for 6G smart networks and services, fostering strategic synergies with international actors. Promote collaboration among European stakeholders originating from SNS-JU projects, national initiatives, and EU member states. Map European 6G KPIs to those of other regions identify commonalities and differences in the respective stakeholders' 6G vision, and promote a common European front on 6G use case prioritization. Engage with key vertical industries through established associations to identify their requirements, analyze their respective needs and roadmaps, and create a tracking tool mapping relevant SNS-JU use cases, perform surveys, and critically analyze input from multiple heterogeneous sources to establish the global, European and vertical priorities in 6G and inform the community via relevant publication and dissemination actions. Develop policy recommendations and implement a strategic promotion program to ensure effective dissemination.
The 5G Data Hub presents relevant data and metrics tailored to the unique needs and priorities of different actors in the field of 5G and 6G. The tool aims to track 5G development across the Nordic-Baltic region, highlight innovative uses of 5G technology, and enhance cross-border collaboration by connecting stakeholders. Type in nordregioprojects.org/digihub and click on the data dashboard. The dashboard shows 5G coverage and 5G activities like innovations and testbeds. You can switch between the views by clicking on the icon. You can also zoom in and out using the scroll button and click on different activities to learn more. In the upper right corner of the map, you can choose to filter by country, urbanization degree, and % of household covered. To the right, there is a search function where you can type in a keyword, like drones. If we have a look at the right corner in the top, you'll find the menu. The 5G Analytics section page offers a clear comparative overview, allowing you to select and compare multiple countries. Here you can access the information coming from our 5G survey and get an overview of main vendors, 5G application development stages, types of networks, industry verticals, main operators, and 5G application cases technology. You can also learn more about 5G coverage analytics and filter it. Further down in the menu, you find the National Indicators section. Here you see the indicators specific to the Nordic-Baltic region from the Mobile Market DESI tool about 5G mobile broadband coverage and 5G spectrum. Additionally, you can access national reports in the menu and learn more about the 5G status for the country chosen. Discover things like commercial operators, rollout indicators, challenges and strengths, interesting initiatives in main verticals, 5G applications, and testbeds. Also notice that you can download the data.
Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tietoevry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy. But their mission goes beyond tech.
With a team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tietoevry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate, and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tietoevry's corporate finances, because Tietoevry Riga houses the Tietoevry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilda's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential of Riga.
Digital twins are digital copies of real-world phenomena. They are powerful modeling tools that provide the means to predict and address vital topics, such as climate change, biodiversity, and geophysical hazards. Nordic Cryosphere Digital Twin, NOCOS DT, models the key sea ice impact sectors in the Nordic and Baltic regions. It contributes to the Global Climate Change Information System and Destination Earth, a digital model of the whole world. Sea ice is an opportunity, but also bears risks and hazards by making some areas inaccessible. Funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers, NOCOS DT uses digital twin technology to produce climate diagnostics to inform decision makers. NOCOS DT enhances 6 high-technology tools and solutions, bringing sea ice research and predictions to the next level. The Ship Navigation Risk Indicator to improve information on navigability. An analysis tool to diagnose the time period for landfast ice in present and future climates. Accurate and reliable data on rigid ice probability to improve winter navigation, increase safety at sea, and conduct efficient risk assessment for maritime operations. Improved knowledge, regular monitoring and prediction of the marginal ice zone in the Nordic seas by providing locations, weekly evolution, and statistics. Marine spatial planning to pilot how the climate's models data can be utilized in marine spatial planning platforms. And
Hello and welcome to the last session on the Innovation and Technology stage at TechCulture. Welcome, happy to see you still here up and running, either on enthusiasm or coffee, whatever makes you happy. We're happy that you are here and we are ready for our last session. Just a reminder, we do have a microphone in case we have time for questions. If you have questions, dear participants online, we welcome them in the comments section. And I hope we have a great time in our last discussion here on this stage, which will be about 5G systems, hashtag 5G for lives. As 5G technology becomes more and more reliable, more high-risk sectors, for example, emergency services, can adopt these technologies. So today we're going to explore amongst the many topics, the project 5G for Lives, which is an ambitious initiative that combines 5G connectivity with cutting-edge technology, many different use cases that probably our dear participants will talk about. We are ready, they are ready, so let's get to it. To introduce the participants, right next to me, representing LMT, its innovation project lead, Evija Pluone. Let's put your hands together, welcome her on the stage. Next up, the senior inspector at Civil Aviation Agency, Mr. Juris Grants. The director at Riga Digital Agency, Arnis Gulbis. Representing Riga City Council, its strategic planning manager, Stanislav Sheiko. And our dear moderator, leading this whole discussion, he is the managing director at Vefresh Viesturs, Celmiņš. All right, let's get to it.
Thank you for introduction. Can we all hear us, myself including? Someone says yes, nodding. I see nodding in the audience. Fantastic. For the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to have a panel. Before we continue with the panel, this is an open call and invitation for all of you. Since we have been 2 days in here, we're happy to have you have questions during the panel. So raise a hand. Someone is going to get a microphone to you so we have a lively debate. Why? Because I believe, and I always believe so, that we have fantastic competence, not just on here on the stage, but also in the audience. So please feel free to have any questions. Shoot them as soon as you can. And unless we have addressed that, we're going to be happy to have you as soon as possible. Our conversation is going to be structured in 3 areas. Very, very short about the project itself, where we are. Number 2, what do we think that the 5G will bring into the conversation, especially when it comes to BVLOS flights or beyond vision of sight, if anyone's knowledgeable about that. And third of all, safety that we are expecting from these flights. Why? As you may have noticed, when we drive vehicles around city, we get used to having collisions. Cars bumping into other people, cross on a red light, not so bad. Someone gets a little funky. We get used to that. Not so with airspace. It only takes once for a drone to go astray. The whole country is sort of on its back foot. If drone falls down, it's a big issue. It falls down in public area. It's basically once is enough for the whole industry to be on a back foot. So again, this is why the planning and safety is paramount, and we'll be very, very keen to discuss in detail. So this is the 3 areas we're going to be going into detail. And again, you're more than welcome to intervene with the questions at any point and address them to our fantastic panelists on the stage. So without further ado, let us jump into it. For those of you not familiar, the 5G Lives is a project which is funded by Connecting European Facility. It started back in January 2024, or this year, along with a municipality in Italy, Torino, where they have a use case using the drones to monitor their environment, especially when it comes to landslides and other natural calamities. While in Riga and in Latvia specifically, we're focusing on public areas where the drones will be used to monitor beachfront in Vecāki as well as Tīšezers. We're not there just yet. We're building the systems for deployment, but this is the hard work so that once we do that, they're safe and secure and smooth and actually delivering value, as Arnis was saying before the panel. Let's make sure that this project isn't just a tick in a box, but actually delivers value and perhaps opens up a front for monitoring in real time, and especially addressing the critical services. So this is a little background of where we are, why we do this, and where we're going to be going, again, 2025, 2026, both in Latvia and Italy. So let's move on with our first question. Again, in 3 stages as we'll be following, and again, happily to have you on board with questions and comments, recommendations you may have. First of all, airspace planning, usage of BVLOS. This is a fairly recent development, especially when it comes to outside of military. They've been doing this for years, not so in urban environments and cities. Let's start with Stanislaus here on my left. The progress that we have made in technical, legal, and sort of critical services component. And then let's move on with Arnis, Ilmars, and Evi as well.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. It's glad to see you here. Let me provide a really short description of situation we have for you to understand why we are moving on BVLOS flights. In Riga, we have a lot of rescue stations on the river, on the Lake Tīšezers, on the shore, where the police provides the rescue operations. And mostly it's like classical type of operation when we have a rescue guy on the shore with binoculars or sitting in the boat. And for the last 3 years, we're also using drones for these rescue operations and patrolling. But the 2 problems came here, what we have figured out. First of all, the rescue guy is also the pilot. And in the moment when he needs to go to jump in the boat, he also piloting the drone. And the second problem is that the drone is flying in his direct side, direct vision. And then the problem of big territories like lakes, or the river or the sea comes on the first place. So that's why we facing with this problem, we tried to go on 5G technology that allows us to have the BVLOS flight. So here our way to the BVLOS starts, because previously in Latvia nobody has using the BVLOS flight, and we as a state institution for rescue operations are going with this project to have 5G drones operating in 5G network, flying BVLOS with pilots who are not rescue officers on the shore, in the boat, who are sitting in the command and control center and doing this.
So critical service,
yes,
becoming more efficient,
of course,
more speedy, more in real time.
Yes, of course, and also, as we know, and I suppose each European country, law enforcement faces problem, the lack of personnel. So we need to have the very competent guy on the water who can dive, and also competent guys who are pilots who don't need to be divers or rescuers. So we separate them, and we use this limited personnel to make more and more operations.
Thank you, Stanislaus. Arnis, over to you, digital agency. You've been sort of giving an overhaul of the digital services in the municipality. This is one arm of them. And please provide a vantage point from the municipal sector that we're having here.
Of course, the first point is the safety for the citizens. But from the technical perspective, we have used, like Riga, this video surveillance center for, I don't know how many years, 10 plus?
20,
almost 20 years. Currently, we have more than 300 cameras monitored daily. So, but with the central monitoring, we see how the work efficiency and safety is increasing. We are much faster. We can react on some incidents. We see those incidents, and those operators are looking on the nearest
patrols,
controls, and send for the quick response. I believe this drone project is one more extra option. Have to monitor and take the real-time situation monitoring on areas where you cannot get easy access to, and that's the value what we expect from it. And I believe if the project will be successful, I truly believe it will be, we will use them more and more.
I think this is an important aspect for us to keep in mind, especially in Europe. There is at least, I would say, a growing suspicion about monitoring, especially in municipalities. I think this is one of the areas where I think we're happy to have monitoring, because it actually may save lives, especially on the waterfront. It may involve young adults or kids, etc., where I think this monitoring is actually delivering value, especially because of the optimization and amount of coast guards you have, and more important, again, because the people's eyes and the binoculars only reach that far. The drone can be up there in 300-400 meters into the sea level, into the coast, which is helpful. Juris Grants, over to you. This is a new page we're turning into airspace, which most likely has been populated by planes, and now we have these new players in the field, so to say. Your vantage point from the airspace planning?
No, yeah, the airspace planning, that's a big topic. And of course, we are touching a lot of items and areas, etc. So it's not that new for us, in a way, the BVLOS flights as such, because we have some operators in Latvia who are having these airspaces available for them, where they can fly BVLOS. And one is a manufacturer of drones in Latvia. They've been using for quite some time, and of course, by reviewing their applications, we learn from it. And regarding airspace-wise, so the police would have the benefits as an operator in a way. When it comes to the ground rules, they would not have so much benefits when it comes to airspace use, because this airspace must be shared equally. And that is kind of where we have to find a balance between all the players. And also there is a lot of traffic, especially if you touch the airspace near the airports and aerodromes, and then we have at least two near the area where the police is about to operate. And also then there are the traffic who would land on the water during the summertime. We would expect some there. So it's all the combination of many items and questions and the balances and risks. So again, the solution was found again, we support, and I think many would support these trials to learn from it, to gain the knowledge and maybe some use cases for the future. Of course, it's not flexible in the means that the airspace is kind of fixed. It's only there. You cannot play around with it. You cannot apply easily across the country. So, but anyway, I think it's happening as it looks like, at least from the airspace perspective. And we will be seeing to learn from it more, and maybe here on the ground how it actually is a pilot then able to achieve the goals and objectives they have.
I think this is important that we discussed also before our meeting, that this is a pilot, not just for the use case itself, but also a pilot, how do we create and build these road infrastructures up in the air? How do we make that they're safe and secure again, because the risks of something going wrong is paramount. And again, we're used to having collisions back on ground, but not so in air. Use cases, Evia, this is a use case for 5G. We're happy to have one. Finally, we've had these conferences every year. Now finally we have a use case which is real, which is critical, which is Europe has funded and sees as a big turn for us in Bivlos. From a telco perspective, is this a use case you've been sort of looking for, and are we getting there? Is this a new page that we're turning here?
Yeah, to describe our role in this situation, I will try to zoom out a little bit. If we are talking about digitalization, more or less it's clear for us on the ground level. But now we have to separate. Last several years we already worked not just for digitalization of ground level, but there is a new space, airspace, and we have to digitalize also this airspace part. So it means that we see that our infrastructure is the critical one to make the basic for the future, and all these new use cases for this digitalized airspace area, it's a very, very big advantage for us to develop this infrastructure for future use cases.
We'll come back to 5G, and especially when it comes to providing infrastructure. Let's move on with what we have here from the legal and planning framework, again, because not many mistakes are there. However, amount of players that we have inhabiting the airspace is increasing. It wasn't the case that the civil sector can even be there. It was basically the very few candidates, and now it's getting more and more and more populated. So there's an idea floating around in the business sector that we don't have enough speed. That things are moving way too slow. And where would you stand with this provocation? I would say it's almost provocation to say that we're too slow and we're not moving fast enough, that some areas of the world are perhaps faster. Is there anything that we can sort of counter-argue against this?
Probably yes, because the case of Riga is interesting because it's not only the capital city with a lot of people under the drones flying, but we also have the planes, the drones, and that's why in this situation, from my perspective, we can't give any discount for the safety, because you told everything correct. We get used to traffic collisions, but in case if the drone even operated by the state institution, or when it's operated by the state institution, fall on the heads of the people, or in worst case scenario gets up and crashes the plane, we can forget about Bivlos flights for, I don't know, decades in case of Riga. So in this situation,
Once is enough.
Yeah, I don't agree that we are too slow, because now when we go with our project in cooperation with Civil Aviation Agency, with other partners, going through SORA protocols, trying to make it as safe as possible, we already, I would say after the half of the year, we already are ready to start flying. We need to, we are facing still some issues, but probably we'll deal with them in next few months. So I would say for operator who want to have this Bivlos flight in such condition we have here, big city, airport, 2 airports in fact, half of a year to make all documentation or protocols is not very crucial, because safety is safety.
Great, Juris, I'm going to follow up on that. Moving forward, do we see and do we notice that the speed with which we're moving is accelerating? In other words, safety is paramount, and so is security, and we don't want to make any mistakes here. But how would you judge, are we getting faster over the red tape, if there is one? And are we getting sort of to the place where we're saying, well, as such as Stanislav's comment, that we're moving fast enough, and that it shouldn't be a month before we can be up in the air. It should be, due diligence should be done by the public sector here.
No, again, the big topic, the fast enough. So we should decide where we are running, what is the direction we must achieve. So just running for running's sake would be, well, we can do that for good exercise. We have to keep in shape, etc. So, but that's one part. The red tape, of course, that we can call that in some places, but still, the red tape would be not the application, not the regulation, not our process in CA to review your application. The red tape would be not to fall on the people on the ground. The red tape would be not to endanger people who are out there in the air. So that would be the red tape, and then of course you have to take your time. As for example, the driving lessons, some people take longer, some people take less. So we have to see where we are running and what is the bigger picture where we want to be in some time. So yeah, I think we can discuss this a lot. Yeah.
But for understand, once we increase the amount of use cases, the speed with which we can move forward towards deployment will also increase. So the more the use cases, the speed will accelerate. Stanislav, you had a point?
Yeah, very short comment to give the hope for everybody. The key shelters and the Wetaki is territories where just start moving, and we're pioneers in this area. So when we will get through all the procedures and start flying, we'll create the blueprint, and it will speed up other companies, other institutions to go our steps. So probably we need to start slowly, and then we can increase the speed.
Which is the innovator's dilemma. You are the first in line, and you have to sort of eat the bigger piece of information here. Deployment also requires much more time. Once we get done, the template is there. We can move faster with greater security and confidence that we're in a good ground. Moving to 5G, unless anyone has to point, Arnis?
There is one more area when we are pioneers, this is the procurement process. And this is currently there are no regulations in Latvia, and also Europe is struggling with that. About those innovative procurements, and that's the new way of procure everything what is needed for public sector. Everyone is used to be and to use those regular procurement with a well-known products, described ones, and so on. In this case, we are buying something completely unknown, which is totally new as a technology, as an end product, and actually we can't define at this moment. We still don't know the final price and final cost of the project. So of the running those drones, and then this is something which where also the legal part and the public procurement office needs to adapt. And this is we see there will be challenges in this part as well.
Which I think is a great issue to be said. What is the role of public sector in procuring innovation? We want the public services to be innovative. We want them to be driven by quality. Our citizens deserve the best, and especially when it comes to security. However, if municipalities are bogged down by multiple paperwork and conditions, which obviously make the work even more difficult, that's a big issue, whether and how the public sector will be innovating and at which speed. Moving forward, Evie, over to the 5G. So from now this use case being in the market, do we have everything in place to ensure security and safety from your private sector perspective, especially in dense urban areas? In other words, we know it's more demanding to fly a drone in a city rather than somewhere in the outskirts of where just woods are there. And what advances have we been made, and where are we still looking at, especially in this project?
All we know is a statement that when in the United States they start to create, discover, in Asia somebody starts to copy, but Europe prepares the legislation. So I would say at that point we are in a very good place with a very good speed regarding to legislation. And other restrictions, because this cooperation between agency, between municipality, between industry is very, very good. And this project gives a very good possibility to develop this cooperation. If you are talking about developing of network, 5G network,
Yes.
for such kind of use cases, we need these use cases to develop our infrastructure. Because if we don't have this end user, there is no need to develop the infrastructure. So it's a critical need to have. And I see how we can share also lessons learned from this project with other municipalities in our country, and to spread this good practice and to create new and new use cases, and it will give us possibility to develop also our infrastructure.
Okay, moving forward to Juris and also Evi. So the current sensor network that we have, once we would like to mature and perhaps expand, are we ready to expand, say, in 2 and 3 years, that this would not be a standalone pilot, but it would be a regular service for municipal police to have this, basically a drone fleet doing the patrolling instead of, a man? Is this something of reality in 2, 3, 4, 5 years? In other words, we'll do the pilot. Hopefully, it's going to be successful, and more than that. How far are we from a pilot, then maturing it into an actual fleet doing this job on regular basis, both in summer and in the winter? Who wants to take this?
Yes, the sensor, maybe, that's a different topic. But regarding this, this as a benchmark, as a etalon or standard for future, as I mentioned earlier, of course, this is for police, it's kind of easier. They have some, as a state operators, they have some priorities in a way. Of course, applying it everywhere in the city, in Riga, of course, will be challenging anyway, because this is still BVLOS flight. We might find a way, of course, within existing legislation, etc. So I think, yeah, we have to learn how it goes. Currently, it is a restricted airspace for that specific operation. Of course, other drone operators would be able to coordinate their flight with the police if the police sees it possible. Of course, the other traffic, other piloted traffic would not be able to, in a way, coordinate, because that for them is restricted, and by law they are not allowed to kind of enter. But again, this is not very high, and so on. There are some distances from aircraft just to keep separation safe. Again, very conservative. Maybe this should be reviewed also at a higher level. I mean, in the laws which are applicable for the airspace and air traffic management, etc. So I hope it will be, by the time this test goes through, which is still some time ahead, we will have better solutions already for this expansion. But then again, of course, if you fly in the city, it will be a new, a city like that freely in BVLOS. Again, it opens a lot of boxes for privacy, for the safety on the ground, coordinating it with other drone operators who would want to fly alongside with these flights. So they don't see each other. So how would they see each other? So how would you not crash into the somewhere? So a lot of things, yes.
Sure, but just coming back to this challenge. But once we have the use case done in this specific area, say Vecāki or Ķišežeres, and we have the drone flying, performing the BVLOS of operations in summer and in winter. Obviously, we have scenarios at the back end, and they're synchronized. Once that is done, and we have technology in place, can we then follow up with this protocol to have it on a regular basis, say, every day during the summer? Is that reality? In other words, does the pilot pave the way, not just for the 5G, but also of replicating that service in that same geography for ongoing months and years?
No, yes, I think it's good.
If the police can, afford that technologically, and from a planning perspective, can pilot pave the way for maturity there?
Yes, so I think from one hand, the police are learning. Does it actually bring the benefits they are expecting? From another hand, then of course the airspace, we have to look into details what is allowed. So what is allowed is restricted airspace outside, kind of in the areas where not so many people, and then they would select the routes so not to overfly the assemblies of people. So that, again, applying this could be, if you find in the city the same similar environment, of course then it's
so we'll be able to speed up.
Yes, in a way, yeah. But again, there are a lot of questions for this ground safety. If you want to fly in the city, over the people, over the roads, you have to tick a lot of boxes to make it safe.
Stanislaus?
Yeah, we are touching a very crucial topic here because in case of our pilot territories, we as a police will provide the allowance to fly or not to fly. But looking in the future, we see that amount of drones will grow up and other institutions, companies will want to participate in this airspace. And it's a question about one united system for the city, for the municipality, for the state, I don't know. But one system where all pilots, all drones will be visible and will apply for certain operations. So probably from my perspective in the future, we will need to face this command and control system for the whole city or for the whole country.
And again, we still have a minute here. So my idea is the following. So once we have created a pilot here in Kistures and Vecāti, then we have exhausted this area. Will the flights in Bivlos there be more secure and more mature and more of them in, say, 5 years? Would that be possible? And then we understand and then apply this logic, say, to Daugava and the riverbank, for instance, in some areas where the swimming is possible. Can we take these learnings and apply these into other parts of the city and learn from them?
Yes, certainly. And that's why for our pilot territories, we took the water area where is not so many people, not so many buildings and other obstacles to test it, to work with it. And of course, if it goes successfully, and I hope it will go, then we can spread our experience and go step by step to another areas.
Great. Moving into the inevitable AI question, having monitoring in real time increases exponentially the amount of data we're having. At one point, no human can track and trace. This is also an issue of you building this software for this use case. How and when do we running issues similar as of airspace planning when it comes to AI and using the data we're gathering?
Oh, it's
you are quick to
yes, because it's challenge. We are using artificial intellect for our CCTV in the city, and here in case of rescue operations on the water, it's different because water is always different, and when we need to understand is it a swimming person or is it seal or is it waves. Here comes a challenge for our partners or other IT companies who will work with it. So I pass this question to LMT, but for us, what we see, it will be challenged because it's also challenging for human eye to understand what is happening on the water because of light refraction, wind, and so on, waves and other things.
My question is the following. There's quite a bit of work to be done to deploy a drone Bivlos in reality. Right? The whole point is for them to gather information on what's happening on the waterfront, right, in the beach. And we have to make sure that the models detect that it's a hand being raised because someone's drowning rather than a trash can or plastic bag swimming there. In other words, this is a question of that, in a sense, this is issue of that we have competencies in a project which deal not with drone flights, but with AI and model and teaching the algorithms to detect persons or bodies in the waterfront. So is this competency coming from LMT and how the AI issue comes into the conversation once we speak about monitoring? Evie, I'm looking at you.
Yeah, we of course try to support also from this perspective. As we know, actually, drone as itself is just a vehicle and you have to add this value, this payload with in this case, with solution of artificial intelligence. And of course, we deal now with the problem to get the material for learning this artificial intelligence solution, but we still have 2 years and very responsive partner, so we already see the next steps, how can we get these materials, and also this use case is very interesting for the perspective of like all season point of view, because during the summer times there is the swimmers, during the winter times there is the fishermen, and then also during the autumn times there is a lot of mushroom pickers and then lost children and so on and so on. So it's really, really rich use case, and we really enjoy possibility to develop our solution.
Different threats,
Yeah.
different silhouettes,
Yeah.
different cases that they
Yeah.
have to learn.
Yeah.
Arnis, this opens up an issue of monitoring again. The privacy issues, which are paramount, will be next week in Barcelona. That question popped up already and is going to be there. Who and what can has a right to monitor us in public spaces? That people getting will concerned about that, and that's as we spoke before. This is not an issue which is coming down less and less. We're going to be more and more of that in the coming years.
Yeah.
If we want to make use of this technology, we'll have to entrust more and more to the AI and its ever-seeing eye. So where do you stand with the digital agency on that?
The question of data security and privacy always is it's appearing more and more, like with every project what we are doing actually. Because we as a city council we should be very careful about dealing the citizens' data, and we are facing like many issues, of course, and there are problems on a daily life that some data when the data should be handled in the right way. But this municipal police status actually allows us to observe the territories and use the video surveillance solutions and also apply the AI on it. But I believe in Europe we will never be allowed to use the face recognition on the public spaces, only for the like secret services, let's say so. But I wouldn't push so much AI pressure on this drone project for now. But I would start with such different those use cases. When we are starting to deal with them, to use them on a daily job for policemen, and then we can add this analysis fact on it.
Sorry, go ahead, Stanislaus, please.
But yeah, it's probably will be challenge for the private sector, because in our case, we are, as a state institution, allowed to use this video surveillance because we're under police regular and we do it for public safety. But if we look forward to get more private operators or companies in these BVLOS flights, it probably could be a challenge with this privacy and data protection.
Because in fact, it's the flying video camera.
Yeah.
But let's move. The whole point of this pilot project, and it's an outstanding one. There's a lot of effort, a lot of people, a lot of resources put into that. But obviously, we want to learn from that. We would love to see that this kind of use case will be then maturing and actually operating one way or another. But the following question is: since you're actually doing quite a bit of monitoring of people, and again, use cases, mushroom pickers, children getting lost, someone getting drowned, or breaking into ice in the winter, or skiing. We have numerous questions here. The question is that since you're police, then you have more freedom of that monitoring. But in the future, does that also mean that the AI competency, working with large models and imaging, as well as that's going inside the competency of police? So inevitably, police will have to somehow mature and get bigger to be able to drive this competence for airspace planning, deployment, data visualization, and then turning that into a practice. Is that something that we're seeing, that you'll be at the forefront of monitoring services in the environment?
It's already. Actually,
it's already.
At some extent,
yes.
it's already on police side.
Because you have more freedom to use that and innovation?
First of all, much more freedom. And secondly, another use cases we're already having, for example, with CCTV, with search and rescue, and using of other artificial intellect tools on our CCTV and cameras. So yes, and certainly the amount will grow up. And I would say that in this situation, the European legislation is a little bit slow because artificial intellect is going faster than the European Parliament writing the laws and norms and regulations.
Right. In other words, what you're saying is that the technology is advanced and our application of that is perhaps lagging behind a little bit.
Yeah. And I suppose the gap will be much more bigger because we see the progression, how quick the artificial intellect goes up and the law is low. It's really slow process.
Right. We have 15 minutes in the conversation. Does anyone have a question or a comment in the audience, in where we are? Yes, please. There's a mic over here, please. And address the question to somebody in the audience.
lady from the network management company. Yeah, so I'm just interested whether it's a public 5G network or whether you've built a private 5G network just for this, and whether the 5G network is standalone or non-standalone, just from a practical perspective.
Okay. I would assume this is Evia.
Yeah. In our days, actually, we have to see as hybrid network in such kind of use cases. In this use case, we will provide the slicing functionality from our perspective, from the perspective of network, to dedicate the separate frequency for the drone flights, for conducting the drone flights through cellular network. It's a solution at the moment. But we are still on the discovering possibilities, because like making technology validation and the drones will come and we will see how will it works in field conditions. So we see that also we will try to find out other alternatives also to test during this project. But at the moment, yeah, the statement is to use a separate frequency for drone flights.
Great. Any more questions in the audience? All right, a question over there, please.
Hello, Edward's question to CAA. How do you see path forward to airspace digitalization, so we can see all the objects in the sky and how they interact each with another one?
Yes, that's also a big topic. There are some ways already in the regulation, in the laws, the application of these technologies to enable others basically to see each other. And also it's a big topic for those who fly at lower airspaces. Of course, where there is higher demand, like we have in Italy, in Swiss, where there are many paragliders, different kind of low altitude flyers. So they have this demand higher. They had a lot of safety cases when hitting each other, and etc. So they have developed or maybe applied more these solutions where you can see each other, this conspicuity when you are airborne. So I hope that also in our case we'll be able to go that direction, as to meet in the middle between the demands, because of course as you want to, let's say, tell somebody that you have to buy equipment at some price, of course you have people telling, yeah, but we don't need that equipment. The drones would need that equipment. So you have to find a balance there. So I think that's a discussion which should take place, should be reviewed, and also to invite the general aviation people to the discussion how we can help each other, because of course they would also benefit from sharing of such information. So where they are when in the air. Of course, from their perspective, again, flying visually, they don't see it like that. So we have to again find a balance for them and for drones.
Okay, any more questions on this? All right, please go ahead. There's a microphone coming your way.
Have you looked at the BVLOS flights that have been conducted in the UK, where they were working on this 2 or 3 years ago?
Okay. Anyone want to take care? Any takers on the BVLOS? Okay. Would you like to share your experience on the challenges perhaps for that? If not, then the panelists here.
Yeah, so I wasn't part of it, but I'm aware of the fact it was undertaken to do two things. One was for doing oversight of rail network.
Okay.
So they could fly them farther along with less faff than having to keep stopping and moving on. And there was one that was done, supported by Vodafone, which was just looking at the use of drones so that subsequently they could be used for logistic deliveries.
All right. I think this is a big arena. I know a lot of things happening in Finland for deliveries, but I think this is, I would say, a little more thin ice, so to say, because as you increase with intensity, you increase the complexity of management, and then you have to have a command center in place, because again, that's a private sector, and sometimes they are a little lax, especially startups, about the security and safety issues. Okay, any comments on the international experience that you are learning from the BVLOS?
I think what we already, to such applications as for BVLOS, the inspections of So at low altitude, the railways, power lines, gas pipes, etc., it's not a big problem in a way, just for the risk assessment point of view and airspace, because when you are flying close to buildings, close to some, basically, it's called some shaded, or so basically in the shadow of something you fly. So of course you would not expect any aircraft there. So of course these applications would be easier from our perspective. We also have a lot of farmers with these authorizations to fly BVLOS for their needs countryside. So they have very low flights at their property. So it's easier to manage the risks and to ensure that there are no people and also no aircraft. So these are working, and we are willing to support as much as we can. Of course, when you bring BVLOS to city, BVLOS too closer to the airports, then it's like, oh, how do you manage the balance everything? So, yeah, again, so.
Right, we have about 10-15 minutes left. If not, no more questions, we're moving on. Societal interests and concerns. One thing we've established in this panel this far, the amount of vehicles driving up in the air is not going to go down. Like it or not, this is, unless we close it off and basically close off the technology and industry, this is going to be just increase. So with that, it's going to increase also complexity and potential risks that come with that. The public sector, the private sector and the people and society are open as long as there's critical services, that we're saving lives, literally saving lives on a beachfront where no man or woman can help them at the speed which drone could denote a bit. What do you think that the major risks are we having right now so that things wouldn't go off the rails, so to say, and we wouldn't have public fallout that we should be keeping in mind to prevent those from happening? Again, as we did address this before, once is enough in this area to set back the industry for years and years onwards. So where are we? And I think generally the public in Latvia is fairly open. We just got one drone missing in. It was a big an issue that came from Russia, so it was a big public scandal. It took only one drone, and quite a big an issue there. But we don't want more of those happening. So where do you think? And again, this is a panel for question for all panelists.
I probably will go first because we as police are competent to control these drone flights as well. And I would say the risk is with illegal pilots because we face them a lot. And one accident caused by illegal pilot will stigmatize all official drone operations, all legal
law-abiding ones.
Of course, because since we started control these drone operations for like 3 years ago, we see the decrease of amount of illegal pilots flying there. They shouldn't fly, for example, near the airport, but still the amount is quite big. And one case. And this stigmatizes all BVLOS flights or VLOS flights for decades, for years.
Solution to that, do you think? Do we have airspace police, like we have road police, municipal police for disorder and Friday night fights? Or
I would say, I would say we like with donkey and carrot, from one or another side. So from one side it's control and punishment, from another side educational campaigns and maybe some discounts for operations or training and so on. So it's balanced between to be like police, to be straight in control and also to be welcome for pilots who want legally to fly and maybe to provide them some less restrictions or something.
Juris, you want to take on this one? What do we have first? We're going to first have airspace police, or we're going to have a collision?
No, I think also we should maybe look around. We have already police the police and the driving situation on the roads.
We have water police, we have border police.
Yeah, so the police and so basically it's more about also our attitude, safety culture, understanding the safety, following the rules. Of course, it's not critical. Go higher a little bit. When it's 90, you can go a bit higher. So, but anyway, in general, this safety attitude should be there. And of course, for aviation, many regulations so far were written from learning from the accidents. So the people had some have died, and also the legislations and the regulations followed, and certification, etc. So we learn from this. Now, of course. If you cheat if a pilot cheats on his exam as a manned aircraft pilot, he cheats on his exam, he risks his life in a way. Of course, if a remote pilot, he sits in his safety on the ground and he risks basically others. So it must be a lot about safety culture and understanding the risks. We will not go away from this.
Evia?
From the perspective of risks, any risk you can convert in possibility. So we know that...
I like that attitude. I like that attitude.
We know that small aviation, you have ADS-B transponders. Then you can follow and track the aircraft. So the SIM cards is a possibility. Actually, it's already mentioned in the Europe level legislation, such kind of possibility. But we have to implement also in our legislation. And for example, it could be a very good tool to tracking and tracking this drone traffic in the air. Of course, there always will be the black dark drones without any possibility to recognize them.
Like cars without number plates.
Yeah, of course. But SIM cards is, of course, the future solution.
But it's not only enough that we have drones with a SIM card. We need to have this united and very easy operating platform for control institutions and for pilots, for them who think to go shady or to go legal. No, you have very easy operating platform, use it and go with it. So I once again come back to this united system of flights for the city or for the state, where planes, paragliders, drones, everybody comes together and we see them, and the pilots also see another pilot as well.
Stanislas, do we have a precedent for that in neighboring countries, neighboring cities that you can mention? That, are we building this kind of platform from scratch? Should that be municipal-based? Should that be state-based, nationwide?
You know, I have only heard talks from different cities who say, we want to have this platform, we want to have it, but it's more like future dream for next 5 years, and it's also related to U-Space, you know.
All right.
But don't touch U-Space, yeah?
We're not in this discussion. Perhaps we need another one. Arnis, any plans for that kind of command center on municipal level?
From technology risks, I believe the highest risk in this project is this connectivity and the finding the right technical solution, and how it will work and how stable will connection be, and because this is a very crucial point for the managing those flights, and there in this case we very much rely on our stable partner LMT. So yeah, but that's I believe from the technology point that's the most important point.
Okay, we have 3 minutes. Any more questions from the audience here? No, no, I don't see any ones. Right. No. Okay, so moving to conclusion, BVLOS is an area which is promising, again, because of limits that we have as humans have, and automation is quite interesting there. 12 months is way too short for us to discuss the progress in future. I would say 5 years is something that the human mind can manage. 5 years, that's quite a bit of time. We didn't have ChatGPT 2 years ago, now we do, and now it's in operation in full force. So what new frontiers do we see happening here in BVLOS? Applications, technological backbone to have that in place, or planning of the airspace? Perhaps from your vantage point, would you like to discuss this?
From my point of view, it's to go through all legislation procedures to create this blueprint or guidelines for us, for another areas or for other institutions who want to follow us and to start these BVLOS flights in 5G network.
So that's what you're saying, and let me understand if I don't butcher here, is basically an instruction, step by step. What do you have to do? Your homework before you show up to UDIS's place? And
yes, of course. Yeah, all SORA protocols or flight scenarios, everything.
And, well, are they complex now to use? Could they become more clear and understandable?
It takes time.
All right.
It takes
That's a very
time.
polite way.
It's because we don't have any like guidelines from other projects, so we started from the clear white sheet of paper.
So simplicity, clarity.
Yes.
For them to be had. Arnis, from your perspective, BVLOS flights, is that something that Riga would like to see more happening in the next 5 years?
For sure, they will come. For sure, and we see that those applications, especially in emerging services, they will be added more and more. And yeah, especially as lost mushroom pickers. Well,
picking mushrooms with BVLOS.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's a
drone for hire.
Most probably, it will be most effective device
the use.
And I think it's an important aspect to keep in mind that public sector will be a driver for, especially when it comes to digitizing the monitoring services in the municipal sector, because again, you have an upper hand to move faster than any civil use case. So I see that we'll be having more of the conversation. Yours, from your perspective, we'll have more of BVLOS flights and more demand from private and civil sector?
No, hopefully, of course, we are there to support, and we invite people to get in touch with us, with also air traffic management, our Latvian guy Satiksme, and us in CA, to discuss the topics, because we are not always aware what are the issues, what are you about to do, because so I'm sure that people are sitting there in the city, yeah, they don't know, we need this, but we have never heard from you in the first place, so just make us aware also what are the issues more there. So of course this will take time to resolve. Be a little bit patient, because all this takes some time, but still at least we will know where to go.
Juris, I'm going to park here for 30 seconds. So when you say people don't know how to approach you, what would that mean? Should that be an email? Should that be a phone call? How should if there's a body who's interested in BVLOS flight, how do they? What's the protocol to address with you?
No, we offer consultations for individuals, so in cases. If it's a larger case, there are associations also who can, the drone associations, who can also get the community opinion together and help there. So there are ways. So just be active and get involved and get in touch.
And coming back to the point by Stanislaus, so from zero to deploying a BVLOS flight, how is that? 6 months? 10 months, 12 months, 18 months? Just give us a number, approximate, a range of number of months what it would take. When we show up to your place and say we'd like to have a BVLOS flight in urban environment, before we have that one in reality.
Now, if you want to go in the city, it depends again. If you are ready, it could take, if you have certified equipment, it might take just as it is a month or two. If you don't have, yeah, there are some requirements you have to fulfill. If you are not able to fulfill, then sorry, we cannot allow you to fly there, because again, we are concerned about the people on the ground and in there.
Great. More on that in our after the break. Evia, we had this discussion before. More use cases drives the business. Obviously, we have maturity, we have a degree of reliance there. Where do you see BVLOS heading into the next couple of years? Again, looking at a 5-year perspective here.
This project provides us the opportunity to build the first drone network or drone corridor in Baltic states. So we hope that we will have new partners and these use cases to replicate this very good experience which we will get out of this project. And about BVLOS flights, so we see that it is future, and we hope it's a very soon future, and we can do it together, but together working with municipality and agency.
Great. That rounds up. In short, Project 5G Live, Connecting Via Facility, started this year, January. We have 2 years ahead of us. The team is working very hard, both in Latvia as well as Italy, to use this capacity. Again, focusing on critical services. Why? Because I think that the speed there is faster. Public acceptance will be perhaps more soft of that, and the value for the energy and time put in is higher. If we can actually save lives or potentially prevent harm happening in public arenas and public health improvements, as well as the landslides in Italy, that's great. And number two, I think the use case in itself drives policy, that we have speed without compromising safety and security. Again, once is enough for something to come down on Earth and again, put the industry in the back end and all the work in vain. And last but not least, potentially looking at the airspace is going to be more crowded, and we'll have to have more accuracy and have systems in place that we avoid the potential risks which are coming there, and yet driving the value here. And again, public sector being a big player here. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to see this project into fruition, and we hope that we're going to have, end of next year, the first deployments and BVLOS, and again, using the use cases to drive the conversation and that corridor forward for other use cases. Thank you so much. Do you have any other questions? Then this is the last round.
Yes, and I will need 2 rounds of applause. First one goes to Viesturs and the amazing panel. And secondly, as you saw on this stage and others, technology for territory development goes way beyond 5G. I heard jokes, maybe in 10 years we'll see everyone at 11G territory. Well, we're dropping the Gs and expanding on technology, and from now on we will welcome you also next year to territory, which involves different kinds of technology development for development of territories. So that is the first big news. We will see you next year, and that is in major thanks to the State Electronic Communications Office of Latvia, all of the supporters, all of the partners, and all of the people who are involved technically of putting this thing together. And let's not forget our amazing audience online and here. So that is the second round of applause to everybody involved at Territory event. A round of applause to everyone. My name is Artis Ozoliņš, and I will see you at Territory 2025. Take care, everyone. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Latvia. It's a runway from which ideas soar and travel with the winds of the world. And so it has been from the very start. Difficult times have shaped us, refining our ability to try out, to experiment, and ultimately to see the value in both the simple and the complex. Whether it's snow and ice paving the way to brilliant victories, or cutting-edge military communication technologies safeguarding security and bridging connections across the globe. The people of Latvia infuse heart, creativity, and power into every string they touch. It's in our nature to be part of nature, embracing the challenges of today and tomorrow on a global scale, surprising others with our skills and determination. Where does our strength spring from? It comes from connecting eco-friendly with essential, traditional with futuristic technologies, craftsmanship with visionaries, voices with dance steps, and hard work with the sweet fruits of labor. We're right here, amidst forests, rivers, meadows, and the sea, determined to ascend towards the next accomplishments. Latvia, it's a playground for creative experimentation, a connector of worlds, always ready for new challenges. Restless in nature, united in mission. Mission Latvia. Every business requires a favorable place to flourish. Like a seed that needs watering, like a plant needs the sun. We in Latvia have grown to know that sustainable innovation has no limit. And that's not just because we're one of the greenest countries in the world. Latvia is a member state of the world's most powerful military alliance, NATO and the European Union. It's the EU's third greatest renewable energy consumer, with the second most competitive tax system in the OECD countries. But it's the people that achieve the impossible. We're both dreamers and doers, with profound experience in software development, AI, automation, and robotics. Among us, you will find restless minds keen on developing mission-driven, deep tech ecosystems. As one of the world's leading players in the development, manufacture, and supply of optical fibers, and as a beacon of biomedicine with organs on a chip, Latvia has more than meets the eye, and it's bustling with ideas. This is where the world of innovation meets. With direct flights to more than 100 cities worldwide, Latvia has the biggest airport in the Baltics. So if you're thinking sustainable innovations, think Latvia.
The SNS ICE project is the ambassador of the SNS JU, creating synergies and fostering collaboration among European and global stakeholders, working on the development and validation of future 6G smart networks and services. It positions SNSJU activities and achievements in major European, vertical and global forums, engaging stakeholders from industry, academia, SMEs and associations.
6G is crucial for enhancing Europe's competitiveness and technological sovereignty, but also improving the future business environments and our daily life. In order to achieve this goal, Europe should heavily invest in building and designing future communication networks and smart services.
The Smart Networks and Services Joint Undertaking is tasked with funding, facilitating and promoting European research and innovation for future connectivity systems. To accomplish these ambitious results, the SNS ICE project works on several fronts. Promote international collaboration for 6G smart networks and services, fostering strategic synergies with international actors. Promote collaboration among European stakeholders originating from SNSJU projects, national initiatives, and EU member states. Map European 6G KPIs to those of other regions, identify commonalities and differences in the respective stakeholders' 6G vision, and promote a common European front on 6G use case prioritization. Engage with key vertical industries through established associations to identify their requirements, analyze their respective needs and roadmaps, and create a tracking tool mapping relevant SNSJU use cases, perform surveys, and critically analyze input from multiple heterogeneous sources to establish the global, European and vertical priorities in 6G and inform the community via relevant publication and dissemination actions. Develop policy recommendations and implement a strategic promotion program to ensure effective dissemination.
The 5G Data Hub presents relevant data and metrics tailored to the unique needs and priorities of different actors in the field of 5G and 6G. The tool aims to track 5G development across the Nordic-Baltic region, highlight innovative uses of 5G technology, and enhance cross-border collaboration by connecting stakeholders. Type in nordregioprojects.org/digihub and click on the data dashboard. The dashboard shows 5G coverage and 5G activities like innovations and testbeds. You can switch between the views by clicking on the icon. You can also zoom in and out using the scroll button and click on different activities to learn more. In the upper right corner of the map, you can choose to filter by country, urbanization degree, and % of household covered. To the right, there is a search function where you can type in a keyword, like drones. If we have a look at the right corner in the top, you'll find the menu. The 5G Analytics section page offers a clear comparative overview, allowing you to select and compare multiple countries. Here you can access the information coming from our 5G survey and get an overview of main vendors, 5G application development stages, types of networks, industry verticals, main operators, and 5G application cases technology. You can also learn more about 5G coverage analytics and filter it. Further down in the menu, you find the National Indicators section. Here you see the indicators specific to the Nordic-Baltic region from the Mobile Market DESI tool about 5G mobile broadband coverage and 5G spectrum. Additionally, you can access national reports in the menu and learn more about the 5G status for the country chosen. Discover things like commercial operators, rollout indicators, challenges and strengths, interesting initiatives and main verticals, 5G applications, and testbeds. Also notice that you can download the data.
Looking to unlock the full potential of IT innovations? A lot of IT companies are based here in Riga, Latvia's digitally minded capital. So what gives Riga that IT factor? Let's look at two of the largest IT companies here and find out. A major player that needs no introduction is Tieto-Evry. Their payment platforms are used by more than 200 million customers worldwide. Yes, they digitally transform industries like banking and energy, but their mission goes beyond tech.
With team of IT and finance experts, we create the purposeful technology that reinvents the world for good. Tieto-Evry from Riga participates in international and local projects. We create, innovate and implement. We are developers of digital futures.
Proof of that is here in Riga, where they've just created a virtual therapy lab that will help young people to improve their mental health. Furthermore, they take care of all of Tieto-Evry's corporate finances, because Tieto-Evry Riga houses the Tieto-Evry Shared Service Center. Our second company in the spotlight is Tilde. From machine translations to AI chatbots, Tilde does it all. They've even made headlines by beating internet giant Google in the machine translation battle. Who makes this happen? The team, of course.
Passionate linguists and language specialists, scientists and developers. Our head office is based in Riga, and we truly believe that Latvia, with its capital Riga, has an opportunity to become a real hub for language technology and language equality in the European Union.
Thanks to Tilde's dedication, the language barrier will soon be destroyed, once and for all. It's no secret that talented employees are the key to unlocking a company's full potential. So if you too are searching for a large, dedicated, and ambitious talent pool, you know you'll find it here. Unlock the potential.